All right, we are live. It's a thing. The RambleCast
Wow.
is here. Yes, Kirby, as you can see, the timing of that question was exactly right. Corbin is joining us.
It's true, I'm here.
He is present.
Barely. I am taking a break from my epic saga trying to find a one-bedroom apartment. Yeah.
Are you? Where are you searching? Is it? I know it's outside of Georgia because F Georgia, but
Ideal. My ideal candidate is Richmond, Virginia, because it's barely still within a driving distance to Georgia, so I can drive down if something comes up. But it's still closer to people I know, and it's more north, which means I might see snow once. And there's a lot of stuff in Richmond and the surrounding areas. Like, post COVID, I can take trips up to, Boston and New York and a lot of other places up there. So that's ideally where I'm looking, but I'm also looking at Raleigh, which is the capital of North Carolina, because it's also a nice city with a lot to do and still slightly farther north, but yeah.
okay. So you pronounce it Raleigh?
Is that not how it's pronounced?
I honestly don't know, but here on the West Coast, the way that I was taught in school, the way I heard it for years, I always heard Raleigh.
Raleigh. Let's see what Google says. Google doesn't have
It doesn't have a pronunciation for that?
I'm adding definition. No. Okay, let's try vocabulary. Yeah, they say Raleigh. Okay. Maybe I'm just dumb then. But I don't my mom didn't correct me when I was talking about it, so I maybe she doesn't know either, or I don't know.
Maybe it's a Georgia thing. You guys just pronounce North Carolina places different.
Maybe. Yeah, fair. It's just North Carolina. That's it.
It's specific. Well, I think Georgia mispronounces a lot of things, but
it's just to bully people who come from the state.
Seriously, here in Oregon, no joke, that used to actually be a thing with California.
Yeah.
Very, very seriously, people used to mispronounce so much stuff from Miss California. People used to mispronounce California names so much just because Oregon hated California. And this goes way back in history. It's not like this now, but it was this whole thing where people were still, for some reason, really jaded about Californians moving up here. Like, all these people from California were selling their $1 million homes, which is still like a mediocre 2-bedroom. They would sell them, move up here, buy a house for, $100,000 or something, if that. And it'd be it'd be the best house in the neighborhood. And and it was kind of like retiring the cheap way. And for whatever reason, everyone was super pissed about this. And it's like, guys, they're raising your land value. What are you complaining about again?
Yeah.
They just bought someone's house for way more than that person could have sold it to, or sold it for anywhere else. What's the problem here?
Because they're evil liberals, Cody.
Yeah. Which, to be fair, any part of Oregon outside of Portland, evil liberal is pretty much what everyone would call a Californian.
Yeah. Austin said Richmond is nicer. Yeah, I haven't been to. I might have been to Richmond when I was like a baby, because my parents did a trip up the East Coast. But yeah, I've done research about the two places, and they seem nice. And again, Richmond is like a good hub to everywhere else, versus if I'm in Raleigh, I'm still pretty south, so it's still a long drive to go up to anything north. So yeah, that's what I'm trying. And it's kind of difficult. I'm finding it's difficult to explain what I do and how I make money, which is an issue I've had when talking to like real life friends or like acquaintances. Like when someone's like, "Oh, what do you do?" I'm like, well, I've kind of settled on saying like journalism, but like that's not like a perfect descriptor either, but like it's close enough. But these places are looking for where you employed and who can we call to verify that you make this much per year.
So yeah, as far as the casual conversation version of it, I mostly just tell people, well, I've given 3 different answers depending on what I want people to think. One, I will tell people I'm like a news writer journalist. And that is like the straight up, I just want to get this explanation out and move on as quick as possible. I want it to be correct, but I want it to just be over with. If I'm trying to explain to someone a little more accurately what it is, I usually say, kind of like Curvy Mermaid said, a tech blogger, or a lot of times I'll say like a tech news writer, something like that, or tech writer. And all kind of depending on who I'm talking to, I can usually figure out a little better what it is that I need to tell them so they'll understand it the best way possible. And the third option, when I just don't give a crap, I tell them I'm an art thief. I'm not kidding. I actually have told many people I am an art thief. And it's amazing how many of them clearly actually believe me. That, to this day, I think is probably the funniest thing, is so many of them are like, wait, so how does that work? Should you be telling me that? And it's like, oh my God, you are dumb. I like this about you. You're dumb. This means I can have fun with your brain. but I am also sad because I can guess who you voted for. Anyway, no, and like I suggested before, when anyone's asking you who you work for, just tell them you're self-employed. They'll ask you for a few bank statements, and that's it. You can pretty cleanly just get into a place and walk away after that.
That's what I've done on the last few applications. We'll see how those go, maybe they see self-employed and they're like, oh shit, run. Some
apartment managers will 100% do that. To be fair, I think a lot of them will do that too if you say you're a journalist. So
you write for that dirty liberal news site?
Well, either the anti-news.
Actually, that's not really a joke. People have called Android police that a lot.
Yeah, no kidding. It actually boggles my brain a little to see how many people were either tweet at AP saying that we're just part of the leftist agenda, or even like straight up comment, and it's like, no guys, like not everything we do has anything to do with politics. And just in general, like some of the things you guys consider to be leftist agenda, it's like we're literally just reporting the event. Hey, look at that. TikTok is getting that's being blocked. That's
the best self-own, is when they admit that just like acknowledging reality is left-leaning agenda.
Yeah.
That's the best. Because then it's like, oh, so you're admitting that being on the right is deceiving people. Okay, I see where this is going.
Yep. The conservative cell phones, gotta love them.
Censorship for the comments. Oh yeah. Comments haven't been too bad lately. The last time we really stirred the pot was when I wrote about Parler being removed.
Yeah.
And I actually had to keep the Discus admin panel open because people were going into other comment sections and complaining that the main thread was closed, and then I deleted their comment there. So they got to scream into the void.
Yeah, I saw at least a couple of those pop up on the articles that I had just posted. And I know
I tried to delete those when I saw them. I don't know if I caught all of them.
So there was one, and it shouldn't have bothered me, but it did a little bit. There was one of them. Somebody started something on one post, and for whatever reason, Artem's like, so I deleted everything else and I'm stopping it everywhere else, but I'm going to leave this one thread going. And it was on the post I had just written, and it's like, dude, no. I don't want to be monitoring this crap. This has nothing to do with me. And yeah, it's like, come on. If you're going to leave anything, leave it on the post where it belongs. It doesn't make sense to have it here.
Yeah, I get, because again, like 90% of the time, or like really 99% of the time, comments are fine. But then, like, again, there'll be that one person like shifts the conversation entirely, and then there's like a thread that goes on. I want to know what the people are up to who like keep those threads going for like a week. Like, do you not have anything better to do than argue with this one? I guess not. But.
I was gonna say, think about it. In the age of people getting paid to literally just be weird and obnoxious on the internet, and especially when we have tons of people out of work or stuck at home due to a pandemic, as it turns out, lots of people have free time.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just those nerds. And then I did get at least one email after Parler where I was made fun of for closing the comments, and yeah, those are fun. But
it is funny because I remember back around when I started at AP, and for the following couple of years, we never had issues with politics coming up. The only thing that we ever really had come up, and the big controversial topic, was always Android versus Apple. Not really Android versus iPhone. It was kind of Android versus Apple. And it was always the lawsuits, because Apple was constantly suing somebody.
Yeah.
That was it.
The never-ending Samsung lawsuits. Those were good times.
Exactly. That was really all it ever was. It was just constantly people kind of bitching about that stuff. And these days, dude, politics invaded our happy place. Politics invaded tech. It could be safely argued tech also invaded politics, but man,
yeah,
I miss when you could just outside of patent arguments, really the only thing people ever argued about was what the better launcher was, or like what was wrong with each OEM. Which, okay, those conversations never went away, but man, it was so much better. And we used to be super proud of our commenters at AP. Now, no pride. No pride at all.
Long enough, basically everything does touch politics and vice versa, especially when the conservatives especially try to politicize things that are inherently not.
Mm-hmm.
Like masks, I guess wearing pants will be on the liberal agenda next week. But yeah, it does definitely go both sides. And also, as this stuff gets more important, it becomes more prone to I don't know what the right, I don't know if government intervention is the right word, but regulation, that's where I was going. And that sort of thing. So there's definitely a shift that's happened the past couple of years, especially with smartphones. I think because there's always been that sector of of mostly old people who see them as like these demonic things that are corrupting the youth. Which I know that's the latest in a long line of things that were corrupting the youth, but
well, I mean, to some
they're easy to
extent, like
vilify.
it is a little true, but not true at all. Like,
Oh yeah, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have kids ever, but like if I did, they're not getting a smartphone until they're pretty grown. Like it does alarm me a little bit when I see like 9-year-olds with iPhones in their hands. It's a little scary.
I feel like we're not gonna have that choice. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think by the
Probably
time you would, if you have kids, by that time, I think it's going to be beyond consideration. Your kid will just sort of
they'll be
automatically have a phone.
Yeah, or there'll be something different. Like we'll all have, like integrated circuits in our hands or whatever.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I see being our future anyway. But honestly, yeah, I just have this funny feeling we're going to reach that point where it is considered such a natural part of life to always be connected no matter what. Like, forget everything else. It is just part of reality. And yeah, like Cecil Donna said, the age kids are getting their first smartphone is getting lower and lower. And yeah, there was a time when if you asked somebody back when I was going to high school, it would be a weird thought that someone in high school had a cell phone at all. And that was high school. These days, forget it. Like in high school, if you don't have a phone, it might actually be considered child abuse. Give it a few more years, and I think, yeah, like Austin said, that's exactly where I was going. We're going to be implanting people with radios anyway at some point. Like, we are going to have stuff built into us, and at that stage, like, yeah, it'll be weird.
We definitely passed that threshold with adults probably 5 or 10 years ago, where maybe not 10 years ago, but like definitely in the years after the iPhone came out, like it does become significantly harder to live on planet Earth without a smartphone or something akin to it. Like, again, like we're using it for news input, we're using it for communications, we're using it for like managing jobs. Like, good luck maintaining a job if you don't have like always on access to something. And like in a lot of those places, like a flip phone doesn't even cover it.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend. I have a buddy who he only switched to a smartphone I think 2 years ago. Prior to that, he had a dumb phone that he didn't even carry around very much, and he actually did rely mostly on landline. It was really, really weird. Honestly, it was super weird, and all of us thought that this was a bad thing. At one point, there was actually a small group of us who were saying, "Look, let's all go in and let's all pitch in and just get this guy a smartphone." Notably, he was making more money than most of the people in the city. That had nothing to do with it. It was entirely the fact that he was determined to not have a smartphone. And sure enough, he finally broke down and got one. When he did, it took him, I would give it 24 hours before he was taking pictures with it almost religiously. He was immediately posting everything to Facebook. He was obsessed. So I kind of get why he avoided it. But at the same time, if you tried to take the phone away from him today, he might bite your arm off.
Yeah. I do sometimes wish I could go back to that. When I say go back, I never really like existed in that time. Like, I was not a functional adult. But I mean, by the time, well, arguably I'm not a functional adult, but when I became of working age, like flip phones were already out. But like I do have a couple like more basic-ish phones that I've reviewed over the years, or just got out of mild curiosity, and like I've thought about switching to those for a while sometimes, but then I'm like, oh well, then I'll get fired because I would never answer Slack. And
Yeah.
then I would and then like I would have no clue what the rest of my family was up to because we all used again another app for that. So like, ugh, well, that sucks.
Yeah, so the thing is, when I grew up, I grew up in a time when it was all landlines, and that sucked. The idea of waiting by a phone literally was ridiculous. And of course, there were answering machines, which used to be overpriced, but that's a separate thing. There were various options, but they sucked. That was a bad life. It really was a terrible life. So I would never go back to that. I also, at one point we relied on pagers. I grew up during the brief period in history when pagers were the option if you couldn't afford a cell phone. And that was terrible. Going to find a landline you could call from and have to pay 25, 50 cents, whatever it was. Like, that was awful. That was idiotic too. I would never want this for anybody ever again. It was a terrible way to live. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, cell phones solved so much of what sucked in life. I would never go back to it. And as far as smartphone versus like dumb phone, it's the same thing I've said about so many other it's the same thing I say about smartwatches. You already are carrying a device. It's already going to have a cellular signal. Why not just have it be a better device? If you're already wearing a watch, why not have it be a watch that does more than move around two little sticks of metal? Like, give me a thing that is better than the old thing, and I want it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think the same absolutely goes for smartphones. I would never go back to a dumb phone just out of some desire for something. If I have that issue, I'll just uninstall social networks. I will uninstall the apps that are causing the problem. But I don't want to give up the option of having apps.
Yeah, and especially one thing I've noticed, like even while sticking to smartphones, like there's like a certain number of degrees you can go outside the norm before your life becomes significantly more difficult. And anything that is not a smartphone, you're like 10 rings past what everyone else is on, and just anything becomes incredibly difficult. Like I'm already I've noticed like this with my family, where like my younger sisters, only one of them has an iPhone or a phone at all, because one of them is like 12, and then the other one is 15. And one of them's like high school, one of them is not. The one that is high school has a phone, and like because she has an iPhone, she has iMessage, and my younger sister does not, and she's complained about that a lot because there's kids in the neighborhood who apparently have a group chat and that is iMessage based.
Yeah.
So that's already like a ring of like, oh, I'm not the default, and you keep going past that point.
Yeah, I hate that so much.
Yeah, man, I can't even imagine how many iPhone sales have to exist just because of that.
Oh
like,
yeah,
it has,
for sure.
Like this has, I'm honestly having difficulty thinking of like another platform lock-in that has worked so well. Like the only one, like in terms of pure money, like I can maybe like Mario games being exclusive to Nintendo consoles, like that might be it.
No, I agree to an extent, but I think I have to disagree because, and very simply, with Mario, it just simply, like that's a thing you don't have to have. Whereas communication with other people, you're actually being like excluded from a social group because you don't have this thing. So yeah, these are different things.
Yeah, that's true. No one's gonna like shun you because you didn't play Mario Odyssey. Well, some
Well,
groups
okay, you might get
not
shunned, but
not normal people.
yeah, it'll be a different kind of thing. So, yeah, that bugs the crap out of me. And obviously, B Slidem has talked about this quite a bit. I think it was called Error Message was his solution. But the mere fact that you have to set up a max server in your house so that you can have this solution, like that's, I mean, I get it, but man, that sucks. That should not be a solution to anything.
No, and again, that stuff could break tomorrow.
And I expect it will eventually, someday.
Yeah, especially with the version of that one of the Pebble founders is helping with, where like you like subscribe for remote access to run the Mac off of. I'd be shocked if that lasts much longer. Especially
because it's Pebble. That guy knows how to create things that will get ruined. It's just, it's the nature of what he does.
Yeah. Actually, do we have anything recent to talk about? Because if not, I have like a mini tangent I could go on that's not about my personal life.
Well, okay, so I did I didn't really pick, but I did look through and I found a bunch of random recent topics, but nothing that is really beholden per se. So yeah, let's hear your rant.
Okay. Well, I saw, I'll put a link to my tweet. There was a thing from Bloomberg that was making the rounds on Twitter, and it was talking about the longevity of email, and it had a bunch of people interacting with it about like how they view email, and I thought it was interesting because there were so many people like demonizing email, almost like, God, I hate this piece of shit that I have to deal with. It's like, oh, Slack is so much better, Microsoft Teams is so much better, those kinds of takes. And I was like, I hate all of these people. They're all wrong and they should feel bad about themselves. Like I just like I don't know, like growing up I didn't use email. Like I was on like the tail end of that period where like people use email for like normal communication. Like obviously like AOL and that stuff was a thing when I was growing up, but I didn't use that much. Maybe it's just my friend circle that had parents that didn't let them use that kind of thing. But like especially after I started working at AP, and then beyond that, like email is like I would not be able to be a functional worker without it, and the way I've like organized it. And I find it so weird when people prefer or just like write it off as this terrible thing, because like honestly, like I fucking hate Slack. It is the shittiest piece of software I have to use regularly. And I'm just, yeah, like I don't know. I think email is like one of the best functions of the internet, like because it's like this one remaining holdout from this bit where the internet was non-commercialized, sort of distributed, wasn't controlled by venture capitalist funds in Silicon Valley. And I know part of that is like me being like the Linux person and just actively hating it in a lot of this other stuff. But I don't know, like what's your take, and what's everyone's take who's watching this? Like, do you see email as like this like obstacle to functioning, or do you like prefer other means? Are you using it more? Maybe, I know newsletters are becoming a thing again for some reason.
Yeah, we had that conversation elsewhere recently. Okay, so my upfront take on it, I am a big believer that email, kind of like social networks, is it is what you make of it, and never more than what you make of it. And by that I mean it can absolutely ruin your life if you're one of those people who mistreats email and lets email get out of control. By the way,
Yeah.
that me.
Yeah.
Email will suck.
Yeah.
Email can absolutely become this nuisance, and I can honestly say I go days at a time without looking at my personal email and at my AP email. The AP email at this stage, I'm just okay with that. The way I'm using it, it doesn't matter that I don't pay attention to it anymore. And as far as it goes, I don't feel like email is really that thing that's going to make or break my day. There was a point in history where I had to have my email client open practically on screen 100% of the time. Like, I almost at one point bought an extra screen just so I could leave email visible all the time, because it was how so much work was getting done. And then
I want to do that exact thing for Slack, because I'm so sick of switching to that Slack window every time I get a pop-up.
Yeah, no, I get that. The one catch, and I will say this is the thing that drives me craziest about Slack, and it's also the thing I like most about Slack: different rooms.
Yeah,
because I can't tell you how much with the AP Slack, a message will pop up and it's like, okay, I need to see what this is about, and then another message pops up while I have that room open. It's like, wait, oh crap, it's in another room. So I can't remember the last time that I didn't have at least once per week when I pop from one room to another, as like 4 different conversations are all ongoing and I'm supposed to be part of or watching all of them. And it's like, no, this is not a good situation. This causes problems in and of itself. So yeah, there's definitely that problem. But getting back to email, I think of email the same way that I think of like IM. Any IM network that I've ever been on, it has been used in some way, shape, or form to communicate with people. Just straight up communication. It doesn't matter if somebody answers this minute or in 20 minutes or in a few hours or the next day. No, it's just two things that are in the background are implemented differently and have kind of a different interface. That's about it. So, no matter what, we're always going to have this. Anyone who says email needs to go away obviously has never used instant messaging or never paid attention to it. And the same with chat rooms, and the same with everything else. If they're all just slightly different versions of the exact same thing. Someone wrote a thing, sent it, it now is visible to someone else or many other people, and they can choose to reply or ignore or save it for later. This is all the same stuff. Email is just the oldest version of it. Oldest modern version of it, I guess. Whatever. So, I don't feel like email can go anywhere. At least until the day that some moron in, let's be honest, it's going to be someone in Kentucky decides that they're going to create they're actually going to force through the email tax that they've been talking about for like 20 years. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah,
okay. I've heard versions of this.
Yeah, for anyone who's listening who hasn't heard of this, there is actually a legitimate effort by some politicians to try to make up for the fact that USPS is losing money, and they attribute this to the rise of email. So they want to put a tax on email so that every message that gets sent or something like that, they'll have to pay money, and some of that money would go into keeping USPS alive. And it's like, guys, no. that's stupid.
I remember hearing that more like 5 years ago or much longer than that, but I feel like
down.
As like online shopping has become more of a thing, I feel like that it's not an argument anymore. Like if the USPS wasn't like tampered with to the degree it was under the previous administration, like it can function on its own. It's fine.
Yeah.
And also like it's probably okay if the USPS doesn't turn a net profit, because it's like a utility that we need for a functional country. So, yeah, it's okay.
It's so cute calling this a functional country.
Well, I just say need for, you don't have that right now, but maybe one day.
Yeah. But, yeah. Anyway, I forget what country it is, but there is some country that actually did pass that law. I don't know that they ever implemented it, but I know they passed it. And I don't know how they could have implemented it, which is also pretty striking. But, yeah, who knows? Let's see. Quickly looking back in comments, Curvy Mermaid mentioned using the smartphone for everything, which includes paying for things, paying people, communications, paying bills, managing a bank account, taking photos, social media, watching videos, listening to music, reading the news, etc., etc. Which, yeah, I mean, some of those things have also given rise to they've given rise to like markets and businesses that could have never existed before. So yeah. Going back to a day before smartphones would be ridiculous in so many ways.
And to the point about using it for everything, I have noticed that smartphones are sort of like the default computing device.
Yeah.
Now, I'm obviously, like, I know it is in countries like India, where like they just don't, like, desktop computers were never like a massive thing. It was only when we could build phones for $30 that it really took off.
Yeah.
But even like here, like if like so many things that launch or don't have an already established presence like are really only designed for a phone. Like, does Uber even have a website? Or like these kinds of like phone-based service? Like, I'm pretty sure like Tinder doesn't have a website. Like, there's
pretty sure no.
Yeah, there's like, again, like, so it's, if this is definitely like the default, like I can't do everything with my PC that I can with my phone. That's kind of weird. Or access every service.
Hey, don't forget, there was, for a lot of years, Instagram had no website. I mean, it technically had a website, but yeah, if you went there, you couldn't even view photos. Yeah. It told you go to the Apple App Store, download the app. Like, that's really all the website was for. And and it grew to be a really popular social network on only one platform with no website. That at the time was an unheard of idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like I've even that's sort of why I almost like using my Tab S6 in Dex mode more than my laptop sometimes, and that's also where I see more value in Chrome OS, is that it can access these smartphone apps that are the default for all these companies.
Yep.
Like when I'm on my tablet in the Dex mode, I still get kind of a desktop UI, but I can use native Google Maps. I can use all these native applications that are well built because they're targeting the most people, whereas a lot of websites for these services are terrible. Yesterday, I was again looking for searching up different apartments, and I was amazed at how much better Google Maps works on my Android tablet than it does the desktop website on my gaming PC. Like, the Google Maps website is just terrible. It's real bad.
Yeah. Well, it used to be better. That's what bugs me, is it used to be better. They've really not treated it super well in the last few years. Okay.
Like, I was like, it's just not like just on my tablet. Like, I was like moving the map. I was like, oh, this is so smooth. This is amazing. It's not going at like 3 frames per second.
Oh, well, yeah, that's a problem too. I think what bugs me is the interface. There are things that for whatever reason don't work the same way on the web interface, and they're worse. So yeah, I don't have a good example to give right now, but I guess the best one that comes to mind is like checking like miles between 2 locations. It is really janky and weird on the web interface, or at least it was, I think, 2 months ago when I last tried it. Maybe it's better now, but yeah, that drives me nuts. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Also, getting back to the email topic, I saw C. Saldana brought up all of his inboxes usually don't go past 5 to 10 emails. Oh, dude. Okay, my current unread count for my inbox on my personal email.
Don't do this to me, Cody. Don't do it.
8,697 unread. And literally...
I'm leaving.
Literally, okay, so I'm scrolling down. So I have 100 messages showing per page. My entire top, or my 100 most recent messages, only 3 of them are marked as read. And that's kind of the thing. Most of this stuff, I don't give a crap about. Once every few weeks, I will search for Slick Deals alerts. I'll search for... What else is in here? Stuff from GOG, Steam, maybe a few others. I just do a massive search, select all, delete, because they're sending a bunch of spam to me. I want to be able to see this stuff pop up, so I glance at my mailbox, see the things, and then I can ignore them. That's kind of how it got this way. So I treat it sort of like almost like a Feedly feed at this stage, and I try to just visually filter out things that I actually want to keep track of, or new things that actually matter. And yes, I've got rules that actually do sort a lot of things into other tags, but I haven't been good about getting all the new things moved into tags, which includes stuff like Slick Deals. So I need to maintain it better, but at the same time, at this stage, I almost don't care. Yeah. Because I also don't get very much important stuff to my email anymore. It's just kind of the place that a few things go. I deal with them if I need to, but mostly I just ignore it.
Yeah, that is 100% how I use my Feedly. Like, it is very rare I have like less than 1,000 unread things on Feedly.
Yeah,
it's like, it's just there, and then when I get time, it's not a priority, I'll go through it. If a country gets nuked, I'm gonna see it on Twitter first, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. And I want email to be better, but I don't know that I care enough to make it better. And that's kind of the thing. And I know I guarantee you right now, at least somebody is thinking, see, this is why inbox should still be here. And all I can say is nope, because inbox was bad.
Inbox was bad. Again, that goes back to like smartphones having the best app. The inbox desktop site, it was bad.
Actually, that's not the reason I think of it as bad, but
okay. There was a brief time when I tried to use inbox for everything. Oh, who is this? Okay. There was a brief time when I tried to use inbox for everything, and like it kind of worked, but also because of how I had my Android police email, I would have bundles that had like hundreds of emails in them, and the website, like the mobile app, could handle that fine because it was like well programmed. But the desktop website just completely took a dump and wouldn't load them, and it was not good. And also the desktop site was not like, I think it was pretty much one column, so it wasn't a good use of my screen space.
Yeah,
which is a common issue with most of the software Google makes, especially on Android. Is it looks great on smartphone screens, not so much everything else.
So, two things. First, in response to Austin's comment, man, think of all the energy being wasted on unopened emails. But wait, think of all the energy not being wasted on unopened emails. And by that I mean my energy.
Yeah, exactly.
And the second thing is, when it comes down to it, the thing I didn't like about Inbox is I saw, I mean, for teardowns, I had to have Inbox running. I did have to try to make use of it. And what I saw repeatedly is that things that I wanted to handle my way, my own specific way, Inbox did not allow for that. Inbox did not give you the freedom to say, like, look, I want marketing mail from Amazon and these other things. Yeah, go ahead, bundle those. I don't give a crap. But maybe I really, really care about marketing email from, I don't know, I'll pick Woot as a random example, but we could use anything. Maybe Slick Deals. That might actually be a good one, because half the stuff that comes out on Slick Deals, if you don't jump on it within like an hour of the message going out, you're going to miss it. Yeah. And seeing as how I watch my emails so rarely, I usually miss stuff. But yeah, that's the whole thing. If I really want Slick Deals to be separate, Inbox did not really enable that. And so you could not realistically get past it. And that I hated. That drove me absolutely crazy. So I would not use Inbox as my main email. It just couldn't work.
Yeah. And that gosh. That sort of ties into what I said on Twitter and why I think email is like, I'm kind of confused when people just try to dunk on it. Is email is the only service like that we really use, or that has like a large enough following where you can pick the app you want to use and the service you want to use. Like, that's so great. Like, if I want to use Slack, there's one app, right? If I use Facebook Messenger or Signal, there's one app. But with email, I can pick the best app for each platform.
Yeah.
Like, I really love the email app that the GNOME team on Linux made. And that's the reason why I can't switch to something that uses a different desktop environment, is because all the other email apps that I tried, I don't like. And like on Android, I can use Gmail, which is probably one of Google's best apps at this point on Android still. It has some issues, but like it works well. It actually looks great on tablets, which is really rare for something made by Google.
Yeah.
But like you can use the best app for each platform, and there's like this extra level of innovation that's happening between the apps where like there's a bunch of clients built around a specific use case or workflow that like it's just not possible. Like no one's gonna make like a third-party Slack client that reorganizes messages or does something cool on top of what Slack offers, because they're not going to allow that. There's no API for that. But like with email, like one of the podcasts that I like listening to is called Cortex. It's made by the guy who runs the CGP Grey YouTube channel, and also this guy named Mike Hurley who does some other podcasts. He runs his own podcast studio company, basically. And one of the things they talk about a lot is email apps and how they keep switching between them based on how their workflow changes. And also he was talking about, I forget what this one was called, but it was one where like it was built for like an entire team to access the same inbox, and like each one could add comments to an email thread without like the recipient seeing it or them being sent at all. Like they just lived inside the app on top of the email. And like that stuff is just not possible with really any other service, because again, all this is built as self-contained proprietary systems. And like there's still like, you know, there's still IRC is still a thing. Matrix, which is like a modern take on that, has the same system where you can choose your app, but email is really the only one that has like a massive user base at this point that's like that.
Yeah, and believe me, I've thought many times that one of the greatest possible things to have happen would be taking things like Discord and Slack and giving developers the ability to write sort of their own custom interfaces.
I would love to make a client application for Discord, because it's such a piece of shit.
It really is.
Like you know what annoys me on like the Android app really isn't even that good. Like at least the Slack Android app, like it's like kind of okay. Discord's like, it's just I don't know. It just behaves so strangely. And what annoys me the most is that when I'm on my tablet, it doesn't add the extra column on the side like the desktop and the iPad apps do, where like all your servers are and the channels. You just get one very long full width column for text messages, and it's the worst thing ever.
Yes. Yeah, it is a little mind-boggling that they haven't done more to improve those experiences, because you can tell. I have a feeling that they're building them for specific types of users, and they're really all the types of users, because there is no question that Slack, I mean, we could pick on Discord easily, but I'll target Slack first. You can tell Slack is really designed around the idea of teams of specific sizes, and the features have really only been developed for those types of teams. It is not developed for teams that don't all work in the same place. It's not really developed for cross-team use. I know they have those features, but it's not meant for them. And I'll just say it now, Slack is not designed for people to be members of multiple teams. I know that exists as part of the interface, but it sucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the intended use case.
And the easiest sign of that is that they don't have like a hybrid interface where you can say, look, I care about 3 channels from this group, 2 channels from this other group, and 5 channels from this group, and I only care about direct messages from 3 people. Like, let me customize my interface to do that. That is efficient workflow, not the crap that you gave me.
And again, that's something email figured out like 15 or 20 years ago with unified inboxes. Not like I don't use that on any platform, because I have my email set up where like each one is a different thing and I organize it differently, but like that option exists. And that's not true for Slack or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like, they're awful because on top of, like, to some degree Slack has to compete, because if they didn't, like, there's like 3 other services like it that will jump ahead and take its place.
Yeah.
But Slack also has the benefit of that nice platform lock-in, where again, you can't, like, there's like, it's not like Twitter had this, especially like 5 years ago, where the official app was a piece of shit and all the third-party apps were excellent and everyone was using those, and then Twitter wasn't getting any ad revenue from their own app. So they like actually improved it. And of course, part of that was neutering all the APIs that third-party apps could access. But like, there was some competition there, and that just does not exist for Slack or Discord.
Yeah.
And those kinds of apps.
Yeah, and and getting back to Discord, I gotta say, Discord blows my mind at how it doesn't seem designed for anybody.
Discord especially, like, I think they're changing this now because they've said that they're trying to make it less gaming focused. But for a while, like, they were just throwing anything and everything at the wall and none of it was working.
Yeah.
Like it's again, it's the same thing we've seen in Twitter and Instagram and a lot of these popular social networks where anything that could conceivably anything that could conceivably be a separate app just merges into this monolith where, like, it's the same thing Google is doing, where, like, the goal of Google now is you never leave Google. That's why AMP exists, and that's why Google search is getting so good, because once you leave Google, they can't serve you ads. So that's why, like, Twitter has unrelated stuff. That's why, like, when Facebook tried to launch like a YouTube competitor, it was like a sub feature in Instagram, because that's their most popular consumer app, at least with the demographic they were targeting there, with Instagram TV. And yeah, Discord was 100% trying to do too much. Like, they were trying to be like a game store for a while. That was great. Like, you would buy games through Discord and use them, and thankfully they realized that was dumb and they stopped that. But there's still, like, way too much in the application that doesn't need to be there.
Yeah.
And Slack is, like, sort of the same way, but I don't think to the same degree. Like, Slack is just like, this is where your company does work things, and that's it.
Yeah, and so I think of how best to say this. I almost want to use a completely different thing as the frame of reference. So again, this is something, a little bit of inside information about AP. We use a service called Basecamp in order to track articles that we're gonna write. The way Basecamp is intended to be used, ignore all the other features, we only use to-dos. And if you've ever used Basecamp, you know what this is. And there are plenty of other services that offer similar functionality. Anyway, we create a to-do for each news item, and somebody assigns it to themselves and writes it. Now, if you've used Basecamp, you know that this is exactly not how it's intended to be used. To-dos are supposed to be created, kind of passed around from person to person as new comments are added. Like, someone might assign it to someone, then more information gets added, and then it becomes someone else's responsibility. And slowly but surely, who it's assigned to and the functions, all of this stuff will change. We don't use it that way. As a result, we also create a lot of to-dos, and they end up they kind of disappear, but over time we create a massive archive of to-dos. So every, like, I don't know how often we do this. I think it's about every 9 months to a year. We just have to archive the entire to-do list, move the still relevant stuff over to a new list, and move on with that. Otherwise, the app, the service, all of it just slows down to a crawl. It becomes unusable, and it's a big problem. We've even had to tell Basecamp, hey, this is something that we'd really like to see fixed. Could you do something about that? And it like, you can tell it's not that we're using it wrong. It's that we want to use it in a way that is just different than what they ever designed it for. And I'm not going to blame Basecamp for not, like, knowing we're gonna use it wrong. But it is a thing where that changes how it's expected to be used. The funny thing is, you can look at Slack, you can look at Discord, and it's plainly obvious. They never figured out who is supposed to be using it, because they never really made any of them right for anybody. At least I can't find any groups that aren't like, who don't all say, I like it, but, and then their list of complaints is like a mile long, and it's a real clear sign this wasn't designed for you. It's not that it has to be designed for you. It's not that you can't have things that you want to be different or better, but dear God, the list of things that are completely wrong for how you use it, that's a sign it was not designed well, and they just weren't. And going back to your point, I think that is the reason why email will pretty much always survive, because someone out there is saying, you know what, we don't care how everything else was designed, we have a need for it to work a certain way, so we'll just implement our own thing.
Yeah, and again, email is like, you can change it to do basically anything. When I started at PC Gamer, my main job there is monitoring deals and sorting through them and seeing what's worth publishing. And when I started there, I briefly tried to use an RSS host to get these items and sort through them, because like, okay, I can access this on everything, it's synced to the cloud, like this should work, right? And then I realized that like email is like perfect for this if I set up a few filters and added labels and that kind of thing, because like that syncs way better than anything else that exists. Again, I could use whatever app I want for it. There's a million apps. And I can like easily forward stuff to other places if I need to. I can loop this in with other services, because again, everything plugs into email, right? Like you were saying, like you can get select deals, emails, and email. I can set up other things to plug into it. So my PC Gamer email that I set up just for this purpose works entirely different to anything else I use. But yeah, like what you were saying about like Discord not doing everything well, I think that's just like modern software development, especially commercialized software development, where instead of separating these things out, once the user leaves your app or has to install another app, you lose potential money.
Yeah.
So there's more incentive to just have everything in these monster applications, and that's how we get like Facebook is like a 300 megabyte file on your phone.
Yes.
And how like Austin brought this up, or I brought this up in the chat with Austin earlier, how Google Maps is like 7 different things now. And like again, like with Instagram trying to do like a whole separate thing, and like Instagram is like 5 different apps now. Facebook is at least 10 different services, and they keep adding more. I shudder to think what that code base must look like.
So actually, really quick on the topic of Google or Google Maps, I just in the last hour got an email from Local Guides telling me that what is effectively one of their 2 different social networks in Google Maps, they're basically encouraging me to post more photos and reviews and stuff like that. Again, this is one of 2 social networks that is built into Google Maps.
Yeah,
that's not good. Not good at all.
Yeah. So again, that's why like I really like email, and everyone who just like dunks on it on Twitter for the sake of like relating to everyone who has a million unread emails is kind of, I don't know. It's like, yeah, like I don't like, it almost strikes me as like, I don't want to say ignorant, but like not understanding what these things are for.
Yeah.
Or like, and again, like a couple other reasons I brought up is like with IM, there's like this pressure to immediately respond. That's completely removed with email. At least like I think with most people and businesses, like again, like I know some use it more and some use it less, but like when someone emails me, I imagine 90% of people in their brains are like, okay, maybe he'll get back to me in like a couple days or weeks. Whereas like if someone messages me on Discord and they see me that I'm online, it's like, oh well, I probably need to answer this soon.
You know, it's funny because even you saying that, the first thing I thought is, wait, this is something that would only be said by someone who doesn't get email from Artem.
Yeah, there's exceptions, but yeah.
Yeah. People who get angry if emails aren't answered within like 15 minutes. Yeah. Different situations though. Still, yeah, there is definitely some truth in that. I know that if I send somebody an instant message, I'm assuming that they're going to respond within, you know, depending on who it is and what your relationship is with them, it's anywhere from a few minutes to at least a few hours. I would not expect that necessarily from everybody, but certainly some people.
Yeah. And this isn't really related to anything except email, but like I also really appreciate that it's still pretty easy to stay moderately private on email. Like end-to-end encryption on email, like that's like I'm not sending like, well, I say I'm not sending my tax returns over email, but I might have to do that soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But like in terms of too much information collecting, like because for so long email has been this line in the sand that we've drawn where there is no code running in my email. Now Google did kind of fuck this up a little bit with AMP, but you can turn that off, and that's exactly what I've done. And like one thing that bugged me for the longest time was how I kept getting pitches for things I don't care about in my email, and almost all of them would have tiny tracking pixels that could theoretically tell the other person what my IP address is and where I live and what device I'm using and all the other things you can collect with really basic HTTP headers. But again, I turned off loading images in Gmail, so now I can open email and I know this person they don't know if I opened it, and I like it that way.
Yeah, I do appreciate that the infamous tracking pixel issue has more or less become solvable, but it also just frustrates me so much that this has become such an automatic part of business. Everybody just like nobody feels like they can just not do that. Everyone just assumes that is now such an automatic thing. They're just going to do it because they can do it. And that sucks. It drives me a little crazy that we don't have kind of the automatic assumption that your email isn't getting tracked.
Yeah. And and again, like that's something like is intrinsic to every other communication platform except stuff like Signal and the kinds of encryption services that aren't really in the mainstream. But again, email is widely used, and it also mostly respects my privacy, and those two things are very hard to get in a single thing now.
Yeah.
And like that's also something I turn off on. I turn off read receipts on basically everything except Skype, because I use Skype with my family, and I'm fine with my mom knowing if I saw a text or not. That's fine.
Yeah, I have. Let's see. I haven't turned it off yet. Is how I should say it, but I do still have like read receipts turned on with RCS.
Well, yeah. Well, like if someone has your phone number, like that's not like a random person usually.
Yeah. Well, and also, and I know that this might sound kind of goofy, but I'm also really good about not opening messages from my notifications
Yeah.
so that I can see in the notification if what you sent me is something I want you to know I've read.
Right.
So yeah, I'm pretty quick to just read everything from my notifications and then decide if this is a message I should get back to you on. Which, you know, I'm very much one of those people who will from time to time just have to, like, it's not that I'm trying to avoid people, but sometimes I can't deal with your issue right now.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to know that I'm making that priority decision.
Right. No, that's 100% how I operate a lot. And again, that's like where I think email like really shines, especially compared to Slack, is that Slack is and this is more or less the same for every other instant messaging service, is that it's not built for it to be there waiting when you come back.
Yes.
Like it's very much built like you're checking this throughout the day, and if you got tagged in the message 5 hours ago, good luck finding that in a reasonable amount of time or without using like some weird search function.
Yeah.
Like I know like sometimes people tag me on Discord, and if that was like more than 10 messages, like if I can't scroll up in a couple seconds, like it's gone to the ether.
Oh yeah. No, and that, believe me, with that Discord of yours, that drives me crazy. I get pings, especially if I'm asleep. I get a ping, and it'll tag me, and I look at it. The message will always be like 2 words or something, and I'll have no idea what this is in relation to. It's always something silly, so it usually doesn't matter. But then when I go look at it,
yeah, we're not conducting important work over my Discord.
No, this is very much just the like handful to dozen people who just kind of know each other through whatever means. But yeah, by the time I get to see that, I'm not going to reply to it anyway, because the way the conversation happens in that room, no conversation lasts for more than about, I would give it 3 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
And once you're 3 minutes late to a conversation, there's no point to replying. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. Whereas there are other chat rooms, other Discord rooms that I'm in, or servers that I'm in, where, oh hell, if you got pinged, you want to be able to get back to that like 2 weeks later. And Discord is not equipped for that. Not in any way, shape, or form.
No, the amount of times I've had to put in the search bar my own name to find a message I was asked in it's really high.
Yeah.
It's not built for that. And again, that's why I like email, and that's why I really like Feedly, because before I started using RSS more heavily, like I did that thing that most people do, where they like try to use Twitter for news, and that's not going to work. It does not work. It's awful, especially because you miss things. Like one of the things I kept running into was I like to follow a bunch of software projects, and a lot of those places either don't have a social media presence, or they don't like post there reliably. Or they post once and then they get drowned out by the New York Times, which tweets every article like 50 times.
Yeah.
Or what would also happen a lot is like they would post once and it would be a time I would never see it because the developers are in like Slovakia or something.
Or the developers just have a sleeping schedule like mine.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah. Or if they're Cody. I follow Cody's projects on Facebook.
But yeah, all of this just kind of reproves that certain mediums are really good for certain types of communication. If I really need to if I need to get a message to Corbin and it needs to get a response, and it's not just like a social thing, I'm going to choose either direct messaging in one of the dozen different places that I can DM you. Either, I mean, I could DM you over Twitter, I could DM you over Slack or Discord. If we had any instant messengers set up, I don't know that we do. Maybe we're friended on Hangouts, if that's even still working.
I couldn't tell you the last time I installed Hangouts.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, and I would just email you. Like, these are the ways that I'm going to try to reach you. But hell, if I need a response, there's no chance, zero chance that I want to try to do that over like just tagging you in Slack. Not going to happen, because I know if you don't see that in the next like couple hours, you're probably not going to. Especially thanks to I should have screenshotted this. I hadn't been up to date on the general room in the AP Slack for the last like 2 days. The icon in Mac shows you how many tags you got, and it was up over 30. You know what those are though? At here.
Yeah.
Great Slack. You're not telling me that the people who pinged me with important stuff that's directed at me. Why not tell me that? I don't need to know that there were 30 at here's. I need to know that there was an at Cody. And what pisses me off, I actually looked at this just like 2 days ago. Slack does not give you the it doesn't give you an option to filter at channel or at everybody separately from at here. Why the fuck not? At here is kind of universally recognized as the, hey, whoever's handy, I want your attention right now. At channel and at everybody is used as the, hey, we have a thing everyone needs to know about. This is a major notification. These are two different things to me.
Now, I don't know if this changes the little bubble on Mac, because I don't know if Slack treats it different. I think that treats it different as notifications. But Slack does have a thing where you can keep mentions, but not alert you for everyone in here.
Okay.
And like if you right click a room in Slack and then go to change notifications, it's there. But I don't know if that affects the Mac dock thing. Like, I don't know if that's filtered a different way.
I see what you're talking about, but no, it gives you a radio bubble for just mentions and a checkbox that also include at everyone and at here.
Right.
Which, okay, channel isn't mentioned there. I'm assuming that might be the exception. But I would still want to be able to see everything that's going to add everyone, which granted we don't use in AP, so that actually probably would work. I'll try it real quick. We'll see if this makes any, or not real quick, but I'll turn off the add everyone and add here. The thing is, that also bugs me because I still want to know about the add here's, but like these are things that could be separated. And I'm not even necessarily concerned about the notifications on the Mac, but I want to see that reflected in the channels. I wish I could, like, I don't want to share screen because, you know, reasons. But yeah, the fact that the channel doesn't make this distinction, that's the problem.
I know Slack is surprisingly bad at these things. Like it was only like last year, I think, that they added that section where you can see recent people who pinged you.
Yeah.
And like what they instead it was like, all right, I wake up in the morning, I go to my computer, I see 1 unread here, 2 unreads in this channel, 1 here. I guess I'll just keep scrolling up until I see the highlighted message.
Yeah. Oh, that drove me crazy.
It's amazing how bad this was. Carson said my camera just went blank. Did it go blank for you?
Hold on. It did. But I see you in Jitsi.
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, now it's back. Okay.
Okay. Good work.
I have no idea. OBS must have. I can't think of a. I have no idea.
Well, we know from all the times that my microphone went crazy that I guess Jitsi just breaks after a little bit sometimes.
Okay, I'm gonna run a little test because I think I know what it was. But let's see. I need to move this to a place that's not gonna reveal something it shouldn't reveal. Yep.
Cody's closing.
It happened because I opened Slack. I have no idea why, but Slack did it.
Probably like captured your GPU or something dumb because again it's Electron.
What the hell?
Chromium works in mysterious ways.
And it only happens. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I don't know why it's doing this, but I think it's only when, this is going to sound so weird, but it's only happening when the Chrome window that you're in is fully and completely obscured by Slack. The moment even a few pixels of the title bar are showing, then you come through. But the moment that it's fully covered, all of a sudden it goes white. So it's some sort of it's probably a hardware acceleration issue or something.
Some weird GPU garbage going on.
But still, why Slack is doing that, I don't know.
It's because it's very poorly developed. That's why.
Yeah, it really is.
I would pay so much money for like a third-party native desktop Slack app. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would pay an unreasonable, like again, like every time we have a conversation about like a mirrorless camera running Android, like I would pay an absolutely unreasonable amount of money for something like that if it existed and worked as the Electron app does. And like I know there are like other apps, but they're just web shells in the same way that the Electron app is, and that's not what I want.
Okay, so I just did a test, and it also is happening if I move Sublime Text completely over your window.
So maybe Electron.
No, Sublime Text is an Electron.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Thank God.
Why? I was confusing it with
Atom or whatever.
Yeah, Atom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
I will not use that.
I used it for a hot minute, and then I tried Visual Studio Code when that was the hot new thing, and I never looked back. And now Microsoft owns both, and they're like kind of developing both, but also like they're very subtly pushing everyone to code.
It is better.
It's so much better. Visual Studio Code is like the one well-programmed Electron app. Like I can't really tell it's Electron. Like it runs well. The only thing I've seen it freak out on is when I try to open like a really big file, and that's something that like Sublime or like any normal text editor can handle fine, but code kind of flips out.
I know that this isn't exactly the issue, but I will quickly say, and I know that this isn't technically the same thing either, but I know it's developed by the same group and it's using a lot of shared code. But Visual Studio for Mac, I've now turned around to kind of hating it, and it's over one singular issue, and it actually has very little to do with it in a weird way, but it's because their Git support is hot trash. It stopped working as of 2021. That's it. It just stopped working as of 2021. Like, no other explanation. For whatever reason, 2021, Ever since the year flipped, I could try committing stuff and it just wouldn't commit things anymore. So I have to use a different app for that, which is fine now that I know. But yeah, I lost a couple weeks worth of commits to something because of that, which is not a big deal. I really don't care, but it not good. It not good at all.
That's especially how that and Visual Studio Code, but like I feel like doubly so for normal Visual Studios. Like that is an enterprise application.
Yeah.
That like companies pay big money to support.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a little weird. That is what and that's also like got me really sucked into like I already liked Visual Studio Code, and then whenever they introduced like the GUI GitHub and Git integration, oh, that was so good. Because I'm also one of those dumbasses that uses GitHub a lot, but like never memorized all the commands.
Yeah.
Or would have to Google the command whenever I was dealing with something really weird, like random merge conflicts or something.
I freely admit, for as long as I've been writing code, I've never properly learned how to use Git. I've tried.
Yeah.
But it is they made it so completely abstract that, and it reminds me so much of sort of the old psychology for Linux, which of course, you know, there is that relationship there, but they made it so abstract on things that don't need to be, and it is very much the whole the message that I get from it, like just to kind of put words to it, it's kind of like the developers of Git basically said, look, you either become an expert on this thing or you can fuck right off. We don't want you here if you're not going to become an expert in our thing. And that's that. I hate that. And it's the same complaint that obviously lots of developers had about Apple. It's the same complaint lots of people have had about a lot of different things. That whole psychology of you either have to be all in or you're not welcome here. I despise it. It is not. That is an extremely software developer mentality too. Yeah.
Like that's also like really I know because there's like a huge overlap, but that's also like an attitude I see in like open source and Linux people all the time, like where people want to like dunk on the developer of some big Linux projects because they brought like a MacBook to a conference at one point.
Yes.
Like, no, dude, fuck off.
Yeah.
Carson said, does VS? Oh, go ahead.
Let's see. Oh wait.
Carson said, does VS Code not have a GitHub extension? It does. I already said this, but I was gonna elaborate. It does have a GitHub specific extension. I've never tried it because I've never needed it. I think its main purpose is like to integrate GitHub's pull requests into it, but most of the stuff I work on, there are very few, if any, pull requests that aren't coming from me, so I don't need it. Basically what I do is I open up a terminal. If I'm starting on something, I open up a terminal, clone the repo somewhere, and then at that point I do all Git stuff from within code.
Yeah.
And it's really nice for that. Like even like it handles merge conflicts really well. Like it shows all that in the code. It's so nice. Basically the only thing I use the terminal for once I'm in code is switching between branches, because that is slightly faster than going through VS Code's like 5 different submenus.
Yeah.
But that's basically it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, after having worked for a number of years on I am so drawing a blank on the name of it, but it was a version control system that Microsoft was pushing for a number of years before they kind of gave up and decided, all right, Git is too popular. We're just going to kind of go with that. But whatever that was, that had such beautiful, fantastic integration with Visual Studio, with any of their other coding tools. And then I feel like once Microsoft decided, all right, Git won, so we're just going to support Git, they never really supported it. It's always had like half support.
And again, like Carson said, they own GitHub now, so it is really weird when something doesn't work. Like, like this is sort of like if Apple bought BSD, and then, like,
yes,
and then like half-assed Mac OS. Like, a little bit weird here. I don't think I ever used anything besides Git, because that war was pretty much won. I think I used SVN for a little bit, because that's what SourceForge was using, and I had some stuff on SourceForge before GitHub really took off.
Right.
But I would always do that through like whatever UI front end, in the same way I did for Git before I switched to just doing everything in VS Code. Like I never learned any SVN commands.
Okay, so I looked it up really quickly. The system that I was thinking of was Team Foundation Server, also known as TFS. Okay. It was incredible. It was so good. I mean, when I was contracting, I didn't get to work on it all the time, but whenever we worked on that one, oh my god, it was heaven. It had all the advantages. It was still a centralized thing. It wasn't the distributed model of Git, but outside of that, it had multiple checkout. It had really great integration. It had it had just a fantastic ability to deal with merge conflicts. Everything, actually, it had like you could post notes and things like that. Branching was fantastic. God, it was so good. And especially it was a great upgrade over Visual Source Safe, which was their previous thing, and that was a dumpster fire. But oh my god, it was beautiful. And then Git happened, and the same goes for Mercurial. But neither one of these were ever actually good. They were designed around using a command line to do things that should never be done on a command line.
Yeah. And then there's also like this weird space that's cropped up with a couple of things. I think Git is sort of like this, but I've also noticed it with like a little bit with like YouTube DL, and I think it's called like pixel art. I'm trying to. I think it's Pixel Magic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But there's
no,
like
Image
this,
Magic.
Yeah. There's like this genre of command line software where like it's built where basically no one will use it from the command line. It's built as like it will talk to a UI and you never see this part.
Yeah.
Git is a little bit like that, or a lot like that, but like it's also weird because like I see people bring up using it from the terminal all the time, and like I don't really get this.
See, it's funny you say that, because in my mind it's one of those things where Git warriors have basically declared it should only ever be used from a command line, and the developers of Git seem to really have that mentality. They truly believe this is only ever going to be used from a command line. But if those noobs out there need it to be run from something else, we'll allow you to do it.
Yeah.
And
I'm
terrible.
not even one of the and I'm not even one of those people where like if the option exists between UI and command line, like I will always go UI. Like to this day, every time I need to update something in Linux, I'm just gonna go to the terminal and type apt update really quick and then just let it run. Like I'm not gonna go to whatever like software front end the distro has.
Yeah, okay. I'm with you on that. Like I typically, I've got a small list of commands that I just run automatically anytime I decide I'm going to update like homebrew and things like that. But yeah,
and like I said earlier, when I'm using Git and VS Code, like it's quicker to type check out another branch than it is to go, okay, I got to move my mouse here and then click this menu and then this one. But
I don't know. That one depends a little bit for me. I'll generally default to using the command line just because it's convenient enough. But if I were to already have source tree open, I might do it from in there. Like if it's if it's already open.
I haven't used source tree in like that was what I used for the longest time when
I've gone back to using it recently.
Okay. Yeah, if I was doing more projects where like there was more than one branch, maybe I'd try that again. But like 90% of what I work on is just my thing, where I'm using like 2 branches max. So I don't need anything like super power tool. But I definitely like, especially when I did development on Windows, because using Git on the command line on Windows is like hell if you're not doing everything in
does it still require
subsystem?
Sigewin? I guess it used to a long time ago, and then it stopped requiring Sigewin. And
I know there's native like there's like an exe for Git. But again, maybe that uses that on the back end. But like there's like multiple ways to do that now. Like a lot of people, they just do the Linux subsystem and install everything in there and do most of their dev from inside there, which can also access like files on Windows. But again, that's like a janky. And again, that's also why I just like having Linux on everything, because like I don't want to deal with like 3 operating systems on my like this is also why I don't like Chrome OS, because it's like I'm using like 3 OSs on one thing and none of them are excellent. They're all just kind of okay. Yeah.
Which, I mean, that could be said about a lot of stuff. All told, man, Git drives me crazy, though. I really just wish... I kept hoping something else was going to emerge and succeed, and it never happened. And that just feels like a shame to me.
Yeah, isn't... Google's not using Git for Android yet, are they? They're still using... Aren't they using something different?
Nope. It's Git.
Okay. I must be confusing like the source management with whatever website they have. What do they use
Code?
for? Yeah.
Google Code, I guess, used to be more Subversion based.
Okay, that's probably what I was. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I remember using Google Code a little bit for some stuff before they turned it off for the general public.
Yeah, which that still feels bad to me.
I know, that's like like Google totally could have turned it into a commercial product. They just didn't for some weird reason.
Or even kind of put it into someone else's hands. I really wish they had done that. And I know that might have been asking a lot, but I bet there are other groups that would have been, well, I mean, they worked with GitHub to transfer everything over to there. Like, they should have moved it over to GitHub, just like found a way to make that work.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta check on something on BRB.
Okay. Let's see. In the meantime, I have been watching comments, but skimming back over to make sure there isn't something that I missed or that there was a good follow-up to something. Okay. Oh yeah, Cecil Donna earlier brought up Crata is now free to play on Stadia, which I find that, I mean, I just wrote about it, so that post went live a few hours ago. But I do find that a little bit amusing, because Crata was it's one of those things where, kind of like the Minecraft modding community, it relies on contributions from its players. Like, it is fully a community driven game, not something that the developers can really make. Kratia? I will never say it that way. I'm gonna stick with Krata. But let's see. Yeah, it does speak a little bit, some interesting volumes, because if Stadia is gonna go down, which of course is what everyone's predicting after last week's theoretical little farce, which I still maintain people are being overreactive and idiotic about it, but separate topic. If Stadia were to go down, I think it's interesting that they're now making Krata free to play, because it's basically like, what happens if this actually does spawn a very large audience? Would they be then spinning it off as its own thing, and then it becomes possibly a huge avenue for other things? I have no idea what the current player base is like. I don't know. Obviously that's a question to anyone in chat, anyone here playing it. It's no longer exclusive? Really? I thought Krata was a Stadia exclusive.
What is?
Krata, the game that just... Or it's been on Stadia.
Is that the one where you like build games in it?
Yeah. It's sort of
Okay.
like Minecraft fully steroided out.
Okay.
I would have sworn that this was definitely not exclusive. Or sorry, I would have sworn it was definitely exclusive.
Yeah, that's how I thought it was.
If it's available to any other platform, that's definite news to me. C. Saldana says it's coming to PC and was a timed exclusive.
Okay, that makes sense.
Huh. Oh, and that was announced 2-ish weeks ago. It won't be exclusive anymore. Unit 2 Games confirming the title will be making its way to PC, quote, very soon. Originally announced as first on Stadia timed exclusive, Krata's jump to other platforms was always more a question of when rather than if, but the announcement marks the first official indication of the regular PC port. Okay.
Yeah, that checks out. That's pretty much every exclusive these days that isn't like Nintendo.
Yeah.
Or something that Sony owns, because Sony hates every other platform.
Yeah, it really does. But yeah, that's...
Oh, you want to play Spider-Man on PC? You can go die.
Oh, you want to play Horizon Zero Dawn on PC? We got some surprises for you.
Just wait 10 years.
Wait 10 years and wait another year after it comes out, because, bugs. Lots and lots of bugs.
It is really great how, like, every time I'm timing out the release of a game, I have to mentally give it another couple months to when I should play it, because inevitably when it comes out, it will be a broken mess.
Oh god, yes.
And that's just the thing with video games now. Like, the only games I pre-order now are something from Nintendo, or like a indie game that's from like an established developer that isn't trying to be like a massive title that will have 50 million things in it to break.
Yeah. C. Saldana says it's a meh game, but characters look like they're from Fortnite. Well, I've heard a few different opinions, but they all basically come back to it's kind of Minecraft, but with more flexibility, so that you could realistically kind of actually you could build different types of games. Minecraft still kind of leaves you it leaves you with a fairly limited scenario, and apparently your options are a lot wider, and that's still in the earlier form, where I guess some of the updates that were planned for it could grow further. But yeah, I only ever started playing it once, and I think I only spent maybe like half hour, 45 minutes goofing around, and then quickly realized I don't care, because I don't know which, like, I don't know who has developed other stuff for this. I don't have codes to open up other people's things, and I'm too lazy to go look for them. So yeah, that's why I kind of just never got around to looking deeper into it.
I know I remembered a story that we could talk about. I'll put it in the Discord. Okay, click. And it was an article about how the iPhone 12 mini was a massive sales flop for Apple. So I'll read from Ars Technica. They said a data firm called Counterpoint Research found that the iPhone 12 mini accounted for just 5% of overall sales from the company's smartphone lineup in early January. And JP Morgan analyst told Reuters that screens under 6 inches now account for only 10% of smartphones sold industry-wide. And yeah, it goes on to mention over time what the iPhone 12 mini sales were like, and they were never like amazing, which isn't surprising at all. Like if Apple was selling small phones like no tomorrow, then the iPhone SE wouldn't have gone like 3 years without an update.
Yeah.
But like it does bum me out a little bit, because I keep waiting for there to be good small phones, and on Android that's pretty much just like whatever the smallest pixel is at any given time.
It's kind of true.
Yeah,
I
like Sony had some good Xperia compacts for a little while, and that's basically it.
Okay, so I think I'm inclined to ask the question, why? Because these articles always come out, but we all know the smaller phones don't sell as well.
Yeah.
This is a long-standing reality. I want to know why. Mm-hmm. People kind of throw around theories from time to time, but I feel like there has to be something that actually differentiates the real world why. Why does a smaller phone sell worse? Now, if you go back 5 years ago, just as an easy round number, if you go back 5 years ago, the answer would have been an easy, definitive. Well, it's simple, because the small phones always get crappier specs. Like, no one questioned that. It was just how it was happening until the Pixel and Pixel XL.
Yeah.
Small phones were always made with crappier specs. And even today, most of the time, that's still true. So
yeah, especially in the Android world.
Yeah. So it really made a lot of sense why small phones sold worse. But when you put the exact same specs inside of a phone these days, why does a small phone still sell worse? I don't know that we really ever got an answer to that, and I'm not and I've never heard why it is. Especially when people like you, and I you're certainly not alone in this, you guys always say you want smaller phones.
Yeah.
So you got to figure there's an audience that wants them. There's an audience that's buying them. But is it just that's the only people who do?
Yeah, there is an audience, but I know it's incredibly small, as evidenced by these numbers. And I completely understand why people would always go for the big phone, even if the small phone was like not really a compromise, like it is with like the iPhone 12 mini. Like, from what I understand, you're just giving up like better cameras on the larger iPhone 12s, and maybe better battery life because they can put a bigger battery, the bigger phone. That's how physics work.
Yeah.
But usually with Android, like Samsung's smallest phones right now are like their low-end Galaxy A phones that are just bad. But like if given the option between identical phones on like identical hardware, but one is bigger than the other, like I get why most people choose bigger, because like again, this goes back to what we were talking about like an hour ago, where smartphones are the default computing object.
Yes.
And a bigger screen makes I know when I've tried to do stuff, like bigger screen makes typing easier most of the time. It makes watching content better because you're not squinting. It makes basically any productivity task better. So like that's also why I've seen a couple people say like they want like really small Android phones to be good, and I can't go that. I can't like I'm not gonna return to like the days of the like iPhone 3GS. Like that's too far for me.
Oh,
but
yeah.
like I would like something that's not like a brick in my pocket. Like I really liked the Galaxy S10e when that came out. Now that did have really bad cameras. Some of the photos I took with that phone looked absolutely terrible for a phone released in 2019. But it was like the perfect hand size. Like my thumb could basically reach to the opposite corner of the screen.
Yeah.
And I don't know if any phone I ever get again will do that, because now we're making taller phones. Like right now I'm on the Galaxy S21, which is the same width as that phone, but it's taller because now we got like 19:9 aspect ratios. But like it's still like it's a comfortable size, the baby S21. But like once I go past this, like when I reviewed I reviewed a lot of budget phones lately, and they're all huge because that's what sells. Like I reviewed like the Moto 5G Ace and the LG K22, I think, and like I checked, both these phones are larger than the Note 20 Ultra. So like they were actual bricks, and like I would never use something like that if I had the choice, because it's just it's too big. Like I get why most people want that, for the same reason. Like I understand why people want like, well, that's not a good analogy. Like I just like, it makes a lot of things easier, but like I'm one of those people where I still have a separate laptop and I still have a separate tablet, so I don't need a tablet in my pocket all the time. Yeah. I'm okay with media being a worse experience on my phone because I have other things better for that. But like if your only device is your smart, or you're spending 90% of your time on a smartphone, like I get why you want the big screen.
So first off, hey David Lama, how's it going? And also B Slidem, who I expect has probably been listening, but only just now piped up. And also just to quickly throw this in, iPhone SE Gen 1 next to a Pixel XL or Pixel 2 XL. Just this mere size difference is it's staggering, you know. The thing is, though, you say that over a certain size only gets comfortable, or it stops being comfortable once you get over a certain size. The funny thing is, when I hold both of these phones, I think, wow, the iPhone is really comfortable. It's tiny and I can reach all the corners. Then I think about the Pixel 2 XL and it's like, I mean, it's still comfortable to me. Not in the same way. Yeah. I can't reach. Like, I mean, when I'm holding this phone, there's no question. My thumb can reach the opposing top corner. That's... I gotta move my hand a little bit to make that happen, but not much. Pixel 2 XL, forget it. The thumb isn't gonna reach the top corner unless I, like, shimmy over and make that work, but...
Gotta do the shimmy.
Gotta do the shimmy. But, yeah, to me, both phones are so comfortable, but in different ways. The counter to it is the way that Android has been developed over the last few years. It does move most of your interaction points are now at the bottom of the screen, and Apple's done the same with iOS. All the things that you're going to touch are down towards the bottom. Most of the things you're going to do are kind of near the bottom, and what you're supposed to be looking at and reading, I still want to read, like, just looking at these two screens. There's not even a question. I want to be reading on the Pixel 2 XL. It is just the bigger screen. It looks nicer, which also is just somewhat of a damning element for Apple these days. Their screens may represent colors better, but man, their screens just aren't as good.
Oh, people are saying my mic is staticky. What did we do to fix that last time?
Did we fix it last time?
Remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
You disconnected and reconnected, I think. Just Jitsi.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully that works. If not...
Okay. Someone tell me how I am now.
Yeah, if not, maybe the other solution is I might have had to remove the Jitsi browser from OBS. Much better now?
Carson
Okay.
says, okay. I mean, I can also try opening it in Edge. That's another option that may or may not fix something.
It still just makes no sense to me because you sound exactly the same to me as you sounded at the start of the call. No static, no changes at all. Why you disconnecting and reconnecting would matter? It doesn't make sense.
Daisy, do you want to leave? Okay, hold on. She wants out. All right.
So, but hey, if it's working, it's working. I won't challenge the fact that it does.
Yeah.
And it's funny because it does seem to always happen at right about the same time. So there's got to be some sort of a buffer issue somewhere.
Yeah.
I just can't figure out why.
But yeah, no, I like it, and the phone size thing is also weird because when I have to go back and forth, usually my complaints about the size, unless it's like massively huge, like they go away after like a week once I'm used to it. And at that point, the issue is not usability, but it's like this like pushes against my leg when it's in my pocket because of how massive this phone is.
Yeah, I won't deny that is one thing that even I firmly agree does annoy me.
Yeah. And that's yeah, especially when I'm using something as my main phone, like not something I'm using for 2 weeks to review. iCases going on it, like that's not an option, and that only makes this problem worse with the bigger phones.
Now, I do have to say though, I think there is probably no better irony than the fact that big phones became popular or started becoming more popular just at the absolute height of skinny jeans. I can't count how many times I have watched just an absolutely tiny human being who is super thin, narrow legs, walking along, and a phone practically as big as their thigh is just like sticking out from the pants pocket, and it just looks hilarious.
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that a lot around here with women in like yoga pants.
Oh
and
yeah,
they, like, halfway shove the phone, and it looks silly. Like it looks like they're like holstering a gun. Like, oh, what are you packing? Oh, an iPhone 12 Max.
Yeah. So that was an unfortunate turn of events, but
Austin said, "Bring back phone holsters."
Oh God, no.
I'll use them if I can't get my small phones anymore. If it comes to that, I will. I'm just gonna have to live with it.
No, I get it, but at the same time, anytime that I would go out at night, like going out to a bar with friends, winters were great. Winters were fantastic because I could wear my jacket, and the phone went in the jacket pocket, but like the breast pocket. No one's picking your pocket from there. Not that I live in a place where pickpocketing is super common, but still. No one was gonna steal your phone from you. Nothing was gonna happen to it. You didn't have to have it sitting in a pants pocket where it's gonna be like tight and uncomfortable. Winter, this is the one thing that made winter kind of good. I love that's like half the reason I love winter is because I get to wear my extremely comfortable jackets and sweaters that I have more pockets in, and also it hides some of my fat a little bit because you can kind of assume a little bit that the folds are from the jacket and not just my rapidly deteriorating body. Physical health, who needs it?
No. Although the problem I do have is the jacket that I like to wear the most, it doesn't have any like zip pockets on the bottom. They're just for hands.
Yeah.
And they have like the breast pocket, but it's tiny. And also, anytime I put something in it that's not just like coins, it looks like I have a boob. I use a lot for my my Galaxy Buds case.
Ah, yes.
Like if I'm going to a store or something, I'm just gonna put these in and then take them out, and like it looks like I have a boob, just a singular boob. It's
the singular man boob. Not that I'm going to turn the conversation to this, but I happened to just see an article, I think it was this morning, that was talking about somebody did a study and they found that people who consume the exact same number of calories and did the exact same amount of working out today compared to someone in the, let's say, the 80s, somebody today would have something like, I could be misremembering this number, but I think it was about 5% higher body fat. And basically they said, we don't know why, but chances are you can be doing the same things as somebody 30 years ago and you're just going to be fatter. Which,
I mean, yeah.
The moment I read that, my first thought is, yeah, it's because we're eating crappier food.
Yeah.
And people today, and this isn't like something wrong, but people today, the things that you're doing outside of working out aren't like workouts anymore. People,
we're not all like, all right, guys, let's go to a trip to the mall where we do like the equivalent of like 5 miles of walking in a couple hours.
Okay, well, but that one might still happen. I was thinking more like if you work in an office. Back in the 80s and 90s, You know how many times you got up from your desk and had to walk to a different floor, or even walk just to someone else's office? That was like something you did 50 times a day. You got up and walked. You did it a lot. These days, bullshit. If you're in an office, there's at least a good 50% chance you're just going to pick up the phone and call someone on another floor, or you're just using Slack or a text messaging app, something. You're well, not text messaging, an IM app, something. You're not
gonna Snapchat my coworkers.
I actually know someone who I do know some people who that's how they communicate at work, Snapchat.
Still better than Slack.
Kind of is. But seriously, like, people, and again, this isn't like anything wrong with people, but your day-to-day activities, the little things that used to be a little bit of activity, those went away. I remember some of the places that I've contracted in the past, the buildings didn't have elevators at one point, and then a lot of, as contracting jobs came along, I noticed more and more buildings that I was going into had elevators. A lot of them had been retrofit to add an elevator, and it's like, this is not like, this is just a thing that became common.
Yeah.
And you didn't used to have that.
Everyone remembered that disabled people exist.
Yes. You know, the lawsuits made sure they wouldn't forget.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean you can't walk up a flight of stairs? Oh, well, I guess you can't work here.
Yeah. But I mean, legitimately, I think there are plenty of good reasons why people have gotten a little bit fatter. And it's not because they're working out less, it's because the little things that weren't workouts, those still contributed to people losing some weight and burning calories. You know, I don't remember the last time that I went to a fast food place. Not that I go to them very often, but whenever I go to a fast food place, I just go through a drive-through. Every single one now has one. There was a time when, even back in like the late 90s, I remember half the fast food places you had to park and go inside. You know, these are little changes, but they're changes that I think made a difference.
Yeah, and like I get, like, COVID has just accelerated everything. I know for a fact I've gained like at least 10 pounds since COVID started. Not that, again, I've not been super active in years. That's something, again, I'd like to fix once the more pressing issues I'm stacking up against myself are resolved. So I'm not, you know, waging a war on multiple fronts. But yeah, especially in this work style where remote work is the name of the game, and I don't even like walk to my car to work. I mean, you can see I walk about 3 steps and I'm at my work after I wake up. So yeah, good times.
David Lama with the evil. Anyway,
Austin said we need to make phone holsters socially acceptable again, or just go back to fanny packs, which are much more convenient. Yeah, I will do one of those things if the time comes when I can't buy a tiny phone anymore. I'll do it.
I'm hoping that we don't go back to fanny packs, but I'm just gonna say it right now. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson sometimes uses a fanny pack, and I guarantee it, he will make that cool again.
Yeah, he'll save us.
Unless he gets canceled.
Oh man, I hope he does. Like, there's like a couple people where, like, if I find out they like sexually assaulted someone, I'll just like, I won't have any reason to like.
I mean,
like
I would have said, man, if the day ever comes that Joss Whedon gets canceled, yeah, and it's like,
yeah,
here we are.
Yeah,
it happened.
You know what was really funny is all that happened today. And then like earlier, like a couple hours ago, I was like, all right, I need to take a break from apartment hunting before I sit in front of my computer for like 5 hours with Cody. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish my watching of the Avengers. And then like got to the credits, and like the first thing that popped is like Joss Whedon. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh, I am still an adamant believer that a person's work can be separated from how dickish they may be.
It's like really easy for me to do it if it's like a director or a producer. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't have to look at them. Like, whereas like I can't watch House of Cards anymore. That was great. But yeah, no. Hopefully, if fanny packs become needed again, I hope there'll be like a new market for making ones that don't make you look like a dork. Like something more akin to like the swing around, like,
across
backpack,
the chest style.
Yeah, like those kinds of things. Asus sent me a really nice one of those when I reviewed the ROG phone. Hold on, I'll see if I might have packed it up already.
Yeah, my I style points. There is going to be one thing I find very interesting about style points in general, and it's that some companies have already been working on this for a number of years. I'm not saying that I necessarily like some of the styles, but I think immediately comes to mind Moment. Because Moment, I kid you not, the CEO of Moment was sending me every couple of weeks they were coming out with a new style of bag or a new this, a new that, and I can't tell you how much.
This is Moment the camera people, right?
Yeah, though at this point I almost don't want to call them a company that does camera stuff anymore, because holy crap, they are so much just, they've turned into a full-scale lifestyle brand. They're really pushing their bags harder than their camera stuff. But
I've not seen any of their stuff on. I need to look at them.
I guess technically I haven't looked at their site in a hot minute, so
wow, this is a lot of categories.
Right?
Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot they just sell like other people's stuff through their store also. That makes this more confusing.
Yeah, they sell a lot of other companies' stuff, but
I can't wait to buy the Sony camera through Moment.
At full price.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, like, cheers, I'm glad that they're offering some of those products, but
I mean, I guess I've bought like non-camera things through B&H Photos, so maybe I'm being too judgy.
But just for example, let's see, I'll paste the link in the chat.
I don't like their website. I can't use their scroll bar.
Oh,
like they have like horizontal scroll bars, and it's like 3 pixels tall, and I can't grab onto it.
But yeah, anyway, like I just pasted a link to their fanny pack in mustard. The color is mustard, and it's like, interesting choice, guys. And it's funny because the pictures they have on the website actually make it look kind of okay. And you'll notice what I find really funny, actually, if you're watching the stream, you're seeing this. You'll notice every picture showing somebody with this thing. It's called a fanny, or a fanny pack. Sorry, fanny sling. You'll notice
they're not wearing it on the fanny.
Nope, never. It's always across the chest or across the back.
Fast. Oh, Daisy wants in again. Daisy.
So yeah, there is definitely something to this. Like, this is how they're going to bring fanny packs back, by making them not fanny packs.
Yeah. Well, like this is like, I guess, I don't. It is like a weird crossover. This is the bag Asus sent me, which is actually like really nice. I used it when I visited my friend, like 6 months ago. It's got like a lot of pockets. It's got like their logo, which isn't terrible. non-terrible gaming logo. That's, you don't see that every day. And like it's like a shoulder strap, but like I guess you could wear it as like a fanny if you wanted, like horizontally.
Yeah,
it's kind of a big fanny pack though. It's like a fanny, like travel case. But yeah, I don't. Ooh, that mustard color is not like, just objectively that looks gross.
it really is.
Like I get like,
notably, they do have it in
yeah,
what?
they have like a lot of other colors.
seven total colors. Or wait, no. Oh no. Okay, sorry. It's 5 colors, but one of them comes in a ripstop version, and one is black. Oh, okay. They're both black, but one of them has red drawstrings on it.
I do like the accent colors on that black and red one. Although if I'm buying this, I'm 100% picking that olive color, because that is like the ideal shade of green.
I mean, it's not bad.
It looks nice.
I honestly don't think it would look right with any of the other stuff I have.
Yeah. Daisy.
But yeah, that mustard yellow is just strikingly not good.
No.
But the thing is, I can also picture people with well, maybe not in local fashion, but some fashions could work that mustard yellow.
Yeah, like I know there's like
I think actually sand. I kind of dig sand. It's just like a desaturated version of the mustard yellow, but the sand almost kind of looks good.
Let me see what I don't think I clicked that one. Oh yeah, that looks nice. That would go well with like, it's like almost leather, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. But I'm still gonna get the olive color though.
Yeah, the olive, I get it. The olive makes sense too. I think those are the two best, assuming you're not going to go with just black. And something like this, black would look wrong anyway.
I love it when Jitsi gives me the pop that's like, your microphone appears to be noisy when I'm typing.
Yeah, because your typing's noisy.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not.
Yeah, and B-Slide posted a picture of his man bag. Sorry to make that sound dirty, but it has to be said that way. The man bag. Which, yeah, that looks pretty good. And it's a good muted colors that's stylish. But admittedly, I'm not I typically don't wear super saturated bright colors very often.
Man, they have everything. Good
right?
God, I sorted just the bag page by stuff from Moment, and my scroll bar is still very tiny.
Yes.
So they've got like a tech organizer thing. They've got just like normal bags. They've got a little tiny lens carrying case. They've got a rugged camera sling.
Well, and let's see, just from their bags place, and I'm not actually capturing this properly in the window, but 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 different brands.
Yeah.
And including their own, but that also includes Bellroy, F-Stop, Nomad, Peak Design.
Some of these are
quite a few others.
Some of these are objectively too much money.
Oh yeah. Well, and again, Moment has become a lifestyle brand.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
I know, but like I'm having trouble thinking like who, like they have their own version of like those like gym like bags you see for like gym where it's just like a sack and then you zip it up.
Yeah.
And there's this $20.
Yeah, some of this stuff is aggressively expensive. Other things kind of make sense.
Yeah, like a normal backpack for like $80, like I can swallow that. Like a well-built backpack.
Okay, here's
if I was traveling though, which like I'm not.
Right. Okay, here's the one that bothers me. So I found this this tote bag, and it's not just like a flat tote bag. It has a zipper. It has kind of compartments. But you know, it is still just a tote bag, and it's on sale right now for $100.
Yeah.
Normal is $120.
Yeah, I just found it. Yeah, that's aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, cheers if people are buying it. That's great. Keep going. I'm not gonna criticize if people are buying it. Like I'm not criticizing anyone for buying it, but this.
I'm criticizing for. Okay.
But this just seems. I honestly wonder how many people buy it, and that's what gets me. Is this selling at a lot of numbers? Am I missing something? Because I feel like you could shop Amazon and find, I would think, something almost identical to this for like $30, and maybe even cheaper.
That reminds me, I need to check what the moment case for the S21 looks like.
I'm disappointed in their cases these days.
Because I currently have no phones that I can use its lenses with, and I like to at least have the option.
That makes sense.
I sold my S21. I traded in the S20, and I sold my OnePlus 7 Pro. Some poor soul bought that phone from me on Swappa.
Let's see.
I don't think they have one yet.
Well, they have the S21 5G, the 21 Plus 5G, and the Ultra 5G. But yeah, it looks like the regular S21.
Well, that's the regular is the S21 5G. Yeah, that's what.
Then they have it.
It's that. Okay. I was looking at Amazon. Let me look at their website.
Oh, but it's on pre-order.
Okay. Is it? Let me see. Oh, it's their biodegradable ones.
Okay, to be fair, they have made those a bit better.
Are they better?
They're not great. Here's the thing. They now feel like a TPU case. Like a pretty standard TPU case. They're fine. They're not bad. Not by any stretch. I would say I kind of like it, but...
I wonder... Okay. Do you know when they changed it? Because I know when I bought the case for my OnePlus 7 Pro, they weren't on the biodegradable stuff yet. And then when I got it for the S20, that was like, I think shortly after they started switching.
Okay, I'm not sure where...
Oh man,
where they're at.
They still sell their chestnut case for the Galaxy S9, and it looks so good.
I know. God, I love that. I mean, that's what I have on my Pixel 2 XL, and it's so good. Well, this is that bamboo, but... Or wait, is it bamboo? Oh, I don't remember. Anyway, yeah, it's
wood grain. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's so nice. I like it. It's my favorite. And it looks so good in pictures. That's the whole thing. Anytime I need to take pictures of a phone, I still take pictures of my Pixel 2 XL because it's the only one I have the wood case for. And I want, I tried asking them if they were going to send me cases, send me the wooden ones for the Pixel 3 and I think Pixel 4 didn't have it. I don't remember now. But yeah, I tried asking for the Pixel 3 and they're like, yeah, we'll send you a case. And they just sent me the canvas one. And it's like, damn it. Didn't want.
Yeah,
I can't take pictures of this. It's not pretty.
Oh, this thin case is made from a combo of polycarbonate and bio-TPU, so it's not fully combustible, but it does reduce the amount of petroleum-based plastic. So, okay, well, I hope that wasn't true for the S20 case, because I chucked that in the garbage last week. So,
well, you are supposed to throw it in compost, not garbage, but
oh well.
So
well, sorry guys, I ruined the planet with my bad. Yeah.
But no, anyway, the so I have I don't know where they're at, but I do have the Pixel 5 and 5XL case, or whatever it is. I have their most recent Pixel cases, and I felt them. They feel really good. I mean, again, they feel a lot like kind of like a sort of upper level TPU case.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think they're bad.
Okay.
But it's not as good as their old cases. To me, I still think the Pixel 3 case was their absolute pinnacle case. It was so good. The Pixel 4 case is really good too. Ever so slightly preferred the Pixel 3, but I mean that's by like splitting hairs. Still, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm gonna buy it probably anyway, just because again, I want at least one phone that I can use the lenses I bought with when I went to play around with them. And I know with the last moment case, or actually, I think with all of them, I had to take them off at night when I set it in my Type-C dock, because they add a lot of padding to the bottom because they have that camera loop. And so it wouldn't, like, the port on my physical dock wouldn't go in, so I'd have to use a cable or just take it off. But yeah, but I did get again, I got like 3 cases with my S21 because they gave me the $100 of credit, whatever, when I got it. So this is Samsung's leather case I've got on right now, which is like fine, it's good. I'm swapping between this and their silicone case. It's like more grabby, and I like that because I don't like the phones like slowly slipping out of my hands while I'm using it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
yeah,
as I was scrolling down on this, I also noticed that at least the S21 case works with their magnetic mounts.
Yeah, that is
which
weird.
That's kind of interesting. So not that it necessarily matters yet, but someone on the AP team did get to try out Moment's magnetic mounts, and they're still on pre-order. These are products that were made for it was
the
really
new iPhones with the QI MagSafe. Yeah, they're reusing MagSafe branding, which I don't get, but
well, only for the iPhones. Otherwise they're calling it, what is it, M-Force, Moment M-Force.
Oh yeah, I was talking about Apple.
Yeah, Apple reusing MagSafe. Yes, that annoys me because it's not MagSafe. Damn it!
It's not MagSafe.
Stop reusing that brand, especially because they're going to have MagSafe on their next laptops. Like, don't muddy up the branding.
You know, it's just gonna be like a disc that goes like underneath the laptop when they put MagSafe on the new MacBook.
I don't think it will.
That'd be so funny. Oh my god.
Kind of would be. Yeah. But I will say this. I think it's cool that Moment is releasing cases for Android phones that are going to work with that same magnetic mount. Because that really, in a funny way, is like slipstreaming themselves in and saying, oh yeah, by the way, do you want the iPhone accessory ecosystem? Well, now you can have it with our cases.
That is definitely slightly more of a selling point.
let's see. I'm also quickly skimming down. I wonder if... I didn't think about looking at this until just now, but I wonder what the odds are. Do they maybe already have a Pixel case that... Nope. Does
David
not appear
said,
so.
thoughts on leather cases. If I'm talking about just
For phone cases, I assume?
well, if he's talking about specifically Samsungs here, I'm not like a leather person. Like, I don't know like the differences between all of them.
Oh yeah, if you're talking like knowledge of leather.
Yeah, no, I don't care. But like specifically Samsung's S21 leather case, like it's fine. You know, it feels like my watch bands. It does get like mine's already like a little bit worn, like it's got like lines from when I like bumped it against a desk or something, but that's just leather. It's fine. Again, I'm swapping between this and the silicone case because I like how the silicone case like doesn't ever like slip out of my hand at all. Whereas leather, it's like it's sort of the same texture as like it's not like grabbing onto you. But generally I have no opinions on what materials cases are made out of. Usually.
Okay, I'm moderately opinionated on this. And I'll be the first to admit I'm not necessarily taking the greatest stance in terms of eco-friendliness, but I'm very much in favor of cases that are made to protect the phone, feel good, leave the buttons feeling very good, because that if anything's going to piss me off about a case, it's going to be that the buttons are bad. And as far as it goes, I'm perfectly fine with leather cases. The one thing is, I generally want it to be like just a leather backed case. I don't want something that's going to be too easily damaged or destroyed itself, which leaves me somewhat iffy on the company that I've kind of been looking at a lot lately is Bellroy. And when I say lately, I guess maybe not, that might be the wrong word. I've just kept it in the back of my head, but I keep thinking of possibly going to Bellroy the next time I get a new case for whatever phone comes next, because they make some good looking leather cases, or decent looking. Good might be a stretch in some cases, but yeah, they make some nice looking leather cases. They go cutouts for the buttons, which I'm perfectly happy with cutouts. I just hate it when it is a full cover button and you don't have good press responsiveness. That drives me bonkers.
Yeah, and that's what I like about like the cases where they keep like the tactile, like I can feel this is like a physical key I'm pressing. Yeah. And then you switch to one of the cases that has like it's just like some like plastic that is like mushy. That is the most disgusting thing in the world.
Yeah, that drives me crazy. So right now I'm holding the Moment Pixel 2 XL case, and I hate the buttons for this case because I feel like when I'm pressing on their buttons, first off, they don't stick out very far. I mean, you can definitely feel them. They're there. It's not that hard, but I don't know. I feel like they needed to stick out just like another millimeter or something. Mm-hmm. But when I press on them, I feel like I'm pressing more on plastic and bending plastic. Whereas with the Pixel 3 case, the buttons, when I press down on them, all I feel like I'm pressing on is an actual button. And that difference makes it's everything to me.
Not everyone gets that, right?
So yeah, so Moment figured that out. They got it right in at least those, and they got it right on the Pixel 4 as well. Without having a Pixel 5, I can't test that case, but that's something that you got to get right. And if you're not going to get it right, just do cutouts like the Bellroy case. The other reason I'm looking at the Bellroy case, and it's not this model, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it on here, but I know on Moment's site they do have it. There is a version of the Bellroy case that actually comes with the Moment lens mounts, which like the moment I saw that they had worked that deal, it's like, sold. I need it. I want this. Sign me up. Like yesterday.
Carson said Google's fabric cases are my favorite. Yeah, I have the only one I think I've had is the one for the 3A. Because when I got my Pixel 3A at IO, they let me also steal a fabric case for it. And it's nice, except I don't like that it leaves like massive gaps on the top and bottom. That I don't like. But like the back feel of it is really good, and also the buttons stay clicky.
That makes sense. Honestly, I just don't like the look of their cases.
Yeah. I will say
they're
also,
better at a distance, but I still just, I don't know. I don't like them.
For as much shit as I give the company on everything else, OnePlus still makes really good cases.
Yeah.
Like the first party stuff for their phones, like they all like. Actually, hold on. I have the OnePlus 8, I think, and they sent me. Sorry. Oh wait, is it in?
I don't know if everyone can still hear Corbin, but he is talking. Let's see. I am quickly looking for that Bellroy case on the wait, where is it at?
There we go. So OnePlus sent me the OnePlus 8 I think last year, and they included like two cases. One of them was they have like this like grippy one that I really liked on the 6T, and then I think I bought again for the 7 Pro. I can't remember, but this feels really nice. Got a really nice texture. And of course they kept the buttons are a little bit mushy, but like the rest of it feels nice. But it's on my OnePlus phone, so I don't use it very much.
Makes sense. Oh, I don't think I got this wrong, but maybe I did. What I just found on Moment's site was a Nomad case. It is still a leather case, but it's by Nomad and supports their M series lenses. And looks like it's only for the Pixel 4, which that kind of worries me if they don't have one for the 5 yet.
Ooh, yeah. I haven't got. Have you tried that that squeezy mount thing that they have, so that you don't need a case yet?
Oh, that. No, they were. I think they were actually going to send me one, and then they got. I think it got forgotten or something. But yeah, I think I wrote about it. Oh yeah, I definitely wrote about it. But
because like they show it in a couple of the promo photos, but like I really like the idea of getting like an iPad Pro and putting that on and just having like a camera that has like the world's biggest viewfinder at all times.
Oh, you're kind of a horrible person. But no, here's the thing. I hate trying to perfectly position a lens over a smartphone camera.
Yeah.
It's slow.
I'm sure it's finicky as hell.
Yeah, it really is. It takes a really long time. If you bump it, you have to do it all over again. And it's just not a good experience. Plus, it covers part of the screen. which they did a good job with their clip, but it's still going to cover part of the screen. I don't think it's a good experience.
Yeah,
but I haven't
I'm sure
tried
it's
it.
not
So
on. Yeah, I'm sure it's not on like things you're using every day.
yeah,
But it's not.
Yeah, there is that too.
Fine.
You're not going to use it every day, so it's not like it's the biggest thing in the world. But yeah, that just, I don't know. To me, that's a massive turnoff. Plus, depending on your camera app and your phone and stuff like that, the part that covers the screen can get in the way of controls. But again, that's circumstantial. But yeah, I just can't get into that kind of thing. It makes sense. I get why it needs to be a product. I support it being a product, but it's something that I would try to avoid using myself.
I mean, just by itself, it's a great response to everyone who I'm sure emails them and says, why can't I put your lenses on my insert weird obscure phone here?
When the CEO told me about it, he actually specifically said, this is our solution for all the people who've been asking for other phones that we just can't afford to support. And it's like, yep.
Yeah.
People always ask for LG phones. People always ask for this company and that company. And people are always asking for OnePlus, which this came out very close to the same time that their first OnePlus phone got supported, which not a mistake, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what is the current OnePlus?
It's the 8T.
Okay, so it looks like they haven't come out with a OnePlus case since the 7 Pro.
Oh my goodness.
They're
done.
Yep, I think they
done with
gave up
that.
covering OnePlus, seeing as they only have one phone, or one for the Pixel 5, and which, okay, that's not too surprising, but
that's a little bit surprising to me that they will support Pixel but not OnePlus. I feel like the sales numbers for OnePlus and Pixel have to be.
Okay, actually, I know exactly what the reason is. I mean, they haven't told me this.
Pixel people care more about camera.
No.
I
mean, that is true, but
yeah.
No, it's for one very simple reason. We'll change the view as I browse down here. Let's see. We'll just pick the Pixel 5a. If clicking on it once doesn't work, click on it again, I guess. Let's just scroll down here to the bottom of the page. Where's it gonna be? Really? Damn it! Where do they hide the stupid accessories? Okay, maybe I need to look somewhere else. How about Pixel accessories?
Ooh, I like on their website when you hover over a case, it changes it to what the lens looks like on it.
Yeah, that is a nice touch.
That's a nice web development touch.
Okay, well, actually, this will look really bad if it turns out that I can't find what I'm looking for. Might see if I can get a review unit of that thing. Where's it? Photo? Yeah, here's why. Anyone watching the stream sees this, and I'll just tell you, it's because Google has an online store where they sell moment lenses. They only include the let's see, the 58mm tele and the 18mm wide, but they are selling moments lenses through the store.
Okay.
That's why.
So it's because they're to some degree they're tight with Google.
Yeah.
But presumably that relation does not exist with OnePlus.
I'm pretty sure no. I could be wrong. Let's see. I know Moment, when they were complaining about how terrible the camera APIs are, I know they probably singled out OnePlus along with like Samsung and a couple others for just completely butchering
how they handle the camera APIs on their ROMs. So maybe OnePlus wouldn't really want to work with them after that, or
they're not going to care about that.
Yeah,
and honestly, that app was going to go down no matter what.
Yeah.
The number of sales, it had nothing to do with those APIs. The app wasn't selling. I think they had crossed the 5,000 install bucket, but they didn't cross 10,000 or something like that. Maybe it was 10,000 to 50,000, but something along those lines. Anyway, yeah, the thing is, the OnePlus store doesn't really sell non-OnePlus stuff, I think.
No, I'm pretty sure they don't.
I mean, I'm scrolling through it right now, and every single thing has OnePlus in the name, so yeah.
Because OnePlus is sort of the same thing as Moment. They're trying to be like a general brand.
Yeah. But...
So, like they've had their own accessory ecosystem for years.
Yeah.
That's been really solid.
But that's the whole thing. Like, if Google is going to give OnePlus placement on the store, and they're obviously going to give OnePlus access to the diagrams to make cases, then OnePlus is going to be like, or sorry, not OnePlus, but Moment is going to look at it and say, yeah, okay, cool, we'll keep making cases for your phones because you're giving us good placement. I don't know how many units they have to sell for it to be profitable, but I have a feeling at the prices and everything else, it's probably not bad. And it continues to get the Moment name out there, which even if they weren't really making money, getting the name out there is better for them than anything else. Whereas OnePlus, if they're not going to give them store space, they're not really going to help with name recognition or anything else. Yeah, I'm sure Moment's just like, yeah, cool. We don't really care. We tried. We weren't making money on you. That's the way business works.
And Austin said about the APIs, yeah, Google Camera, people are pissed at OnePlus. And this is why I never messed around with any of the Google Camera ports, and still haven't. And I feel slightly vindicated for doing that now, because those apps were always hacks and could always break at some point. And it was always like kind of a little bit of a weird attitude. I saw a lot where the automatic response to saying someone's like a phone camera was bad was like, oh yeah, just install Gcam. Like that's like,
yeah,
like I that's something I also have seen a lot where we'll review some phone that gets really bad software support and they're like, oh, just install a custom ROM mode. No, that's not a good suggestion.
No, it is completely unacceptable to tell anyone that a product out of the box should be reviewed on the basis that you can replace the software on it. That is a simply unacceptable, unprofessional, wrong-minded viewpoint. I don't care if it's coming from commenters, reviewers, anyone. If the phone out of the box is going to have crappy software, I can't tell my friend down the street to buy that phone because I don't know that they can replace the ROM on it. That's what it comes down to. That's unacceptable.
Yeah, and installing an app isn't like as intensive as installing a ROM by a long shot, but it's still like, this is something that is not supported, and it's compiled by some random person on XDA who may or may not also put malware in it.
Yeah.
At the same time, I don't know. It's not going through the Play Store's checks.
Yeah, and Corbin, your camera's still off.
Is it? No, it's not.
Sure looks that way.
Jitsi says my camera's on. Fucking terrible software.
Okay, so while he's reloading, which cat toy thing, Saldana, which cat toy thing are you talking about? Are you talking about this tripod thing here, the Joby Grip Tight 1 GP stand, or are you talking about this thing, the fuzzy thing, the fuzzy thing. We'll just call it that. Let me know and I can answer a little more detail, but I have a feeling you're talking about the fuzzy thing. Anyway, Corbin, you're back and working correctly. So
confirmed the fuzzy thing.
The fuzzy thing. Okay. So, you've somehow actually missed the several times that I've referred to these in the past. These fuzzy things are referred to, no joke, this is their colloquial name, which a lot of people also find somewhat offensive, but they are colloquially known as a dead cat. It is a fuzzy covering to a microphone. So,
oh, okay.
I don't have a dead cat handy. Well, I don't have a dead cat.
Out of context, Cody.
I know. But...
where's my dead cat? I can't find it anywhere.
That's why people find it offensive. Okay, anyway, so switching kind of back to a view you can sort of see a little better. So on a typical microphone, they'll pretty much always put some kind of a windscreen. This one right here, here's the actual microphone. Fairly thin little stick thing, and the windscreen goes over it. The dead cat, which again, sorry for the name, but the dead cat is really popular for even higher wind situations. Because wind hits this thing and it gets lost in the fur, I guess. And it works really, really well for that. I'm actually going to buy a dead cat for that mic over there. But yeah, this is great for carrying it outside around in the wind. And yeah, it's a wind muff. It does help prevent against the pop of P's and T's, which is actually for anyone who ever wants to look this up, and no one will ever care, but it's called sibilance. That it can help a little bit with sibilance. There's a lot of things that having a decent windscreen can kind of help with. Not completely. I mean, it doesn't filter out certain frequencies or anything like that, but it does a great job of blocking wind and kind of muffles a few of the less desirable traits that can pick up in sound. Yeah, and that's it also honestly just makes microphones look cooler. There is no denying it makes microphones look cooler.
Man, Moment makes a lot of stuff. Wow.
They really do.
Thing is this like, this is just like Wise. Like you blink and they announce 4 new things.
Not untrue. Definitely not untrue. They have a crap load of products.
I mean, some of these backpacks look nice, but like I don't think I would ever be in a place where I'm buying a backpack for that much money.
Well, what strikes me is you hover over just the photo and video like top category, and you've got phone cases, audio, straps, bags, lenses, cameras, gimbals and rigs, lights, drones, filters, tripods. And granted, Moment doesn't make stuff that fits in all these categories like audio. Moment doesn't make any microphones. But the thing is, they probably make accessories to go with microphones. And they have accessories for all of this stuff. Let's see if they actually have anything in the audio category. I guess I could have just looked before I said that.
Oh, they sell a lot of stuff by Satachi.
They sell a lot of stuff by a lot of companies. Okay, I guess they don't have any real audio accessories. They just have a bundle that includes some audio, or includes a microphone. But yeah, when you just look at all the different categories that they're selling stuff for, it's insane how much their store carries. And to be fair, they also sell a lot of stuff people wouldn't have really expected or known about. Like, let's see, jumping into the filters section, Moment now makes ND filters, which I know most people don't understand. The classic like explanation is it's sort of like sunglasses for your camera. But yeah, they're making full-size ND filters for actual cameras, not just like their, smartphone lenses.
Right.
Which I just realized I was browsing as if I was trying to show that to the stream, and I totally forgot to switch back over to the view that was capturing the window. But
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Carson said, "Why do you guys use Jitsi and not like Meet or something?" Because Jitsi doesn't have time limits and it works well in OBS most of the time. I don't know what wackadoodle thing Cody has done to break Jitsi in this manner. But
the wackadoodle thing is talking as long as we do.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, Jitsi was running that entire Techathon stream, and I don't think it crapped out. Granted, we switched computers like 4 times.
Everyone was connecting and disconnecting fairly often.
Yeah.
I think that was the difference.
It just freaks out and like, I don't know.
We do have Google Workspace accounts, though technically it was on the old G Suite account, which had different rules on it, and actually we didn't have access to Meet for a really long time.
I think just even on regular like Gmail accounts, I don't think Google Meet has like time requirements, do they?
I don't think they do.
Yeah. But like I get like Jitsi works in OBS. So
But yeah, what I meant is we actually didn't have access to Meet until only a little while before the public did, because we were on those grandfathered accounts.
Mm-hmm.
Which
well, it was probably when they started to phase out Hangouts, like classic Hangouts, and they didn't want to keep supporting it for everyone. So they're like, all right, fine, we'll give these to everyone now. Like, like Microsoft with Windows 10, where they're like, I don't really care if you pay for this OS or not. We want to stop supporting Windows XP. Please upgrade.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, anyway, there was something to that. When are we moving to Clubhouse? I foresee never. Clubhouse isn't even for this format, so not really.
I did a tweet earlier about that. Like, sadly, it only got 2 retweets, but I'm still proud of it. Where I said Clubhouse is just artificially restricted morning radio.
Yeah. I mean that's fair. But yeah.
No, why is Blue Lives Matter trending? Oh no. Shouldn't have opened Twitter. This was a mistake.
It was trending like 3 hours ago too.
Oh, it's just people dunking on Blue Lives Matter people. Okay, I'm fine with this. Twitter is good sometimes.
Well, people what's still trending for me is Lindsay is a disgrace, so sometimes dunking on people, it's a good thing.
Which Lindsay?
Graham.
Oh, okay. I don't know why in my head I went like Lindsay Lohan. I was like, did Lindsay Lohan do something?
Just because I had to write about her, not Lindsay Lohan. Sorry, I'm switching to a different Lindsay. Just because I had to write about her a couple months ago, all I can think of is Lindsay Morgan. Every time I see that name, the name Lindsay. And for anyone who has no idea, Lindsay Morgan was the actress off of The 100. Not the blonde, but the actual like really good actress. Anyway,
Carson said Meet calls are 24 hours free. We're not switching. It's not up for debate. None of us have time to troubleshoot a new service. We just want this one to work.
Honestly, it's the troubleshooting with Hangouts in the past that's the reason we use Jitsi.
Oh my god, yeah. There was such a monumental struggle that went on when I was trying to switch tools for the AP podcast.
Oh no,
And,
we went through a ton of that stuff. You and I tested so much crap, and Hangouts repeatedly was a problem.
Yeah. I'm fine with closing my Jitsi tab and reopening it like 3 times in the span of 3 hours, if over trying to get something else to work within the confines of OBS.
Yeah, I don't deny Jitsi isn't ideal, but my God, the litany of problems we had with Hangouts, and the fact that Hangouts would just unpredictably be down all the time, and it would sometimes just go down in the middle of our calls. Like that happened a couple of times. There was at least one AP podcast we straight up just had to give up because Hangouts went down, and we just nope, it wasn't coming back up. It didn't come back up for like 5 hours, and there was nothing we could do about it.
Yeah, and then there was all the times that Hangouts kept like creating pop-ups in the middle of our streams about like it can't find a camera or something.
Yeah, that happened too.
Yeah, that's super professional.
Yeah.
Just having an overlay on top of the video feed.
Yeah, that was, man. And okay, it was funny because Artem came across that, and he saw comments asking like, why is there a pop-up or something like that, and we addressed that in the video. We said flat out like, sorry, we have no way to get rid of this because of whatever issue. And we explained it. We did the best we could. And someone saw this, and Artem just raged out over this. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but he made a big stink about how, you know, it was really unprofessional and it looked bad for us to do that. And it's like, dude, like, sorry, but we don't have money to spend on other stuff. We're doing the best we can here, and this was the last minute solution. So
Kirby said Skype for video and Discord for audio. If you ever mention mixing communication services again, I will never speak to you. I do not have the time for that. That is way too much.
I mean, it's not like it's a hard thing to do in simple terms, but it's impossible to do where you get them in sync. Because you have to actually go out of your way to build in a millisecond level delays, because the two services are never going to match up. You could do it for post-production video. That would not be a big deal. Post-production, I could do that all day. It's fine. But doing it for live, not even a chance. Because what you're going to end up seeing is, like, every time you look at it, you're going to hear audio that doesn't line up with people's lips, and it looks bad. It's horrible. So yeah, never gonna happen. Not for live stream.
Jitsi's fine.
Yeah. And Cecil Donna, you're asking if OBS has troubles with Meet. I doubt it does in the way that I run it. So Corbin has been determined to always run Jitsi inside of a browser object inside of OBS. I refuse to do that because it's for a number of reasons. I find it a pain in the ass. Now, there are benefits to doing it, but generally speaking, I hate it. And on a Mac, it actually has some technical reasons why you shouldn't do that. So instead I just do a window capture.
I think OBS still doesn't even have a browser source on Linux. So that's fine.
Really?
I'm pretty sure. Last time I checked.
I would have sworn it did, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
My dinner just got here, so I'm gonna take off now.
All right, take it easy, man. I will chat with you. I don't know. Whenever. Probably later tonight.
I'll be here. You know. Okay.
All right, man.
All right, bye-bye.
Later. Let's see. Just install it as a desktop app shortcut. Chrome lets you do. I'm not really sure what you're referring to, but regardless, Meet would work just fine in the way that I set my stream up. It's more that I don't trust Meet, and you have to have running multiple things or switching between multiple services is kind of a pain. It's not ideal, and at this point we've learned most of Jitsy's weird little issues, and I kind of don't want to return to trying to solve more of them, which is its own problem. But yeah, at this point I don't have much incentive to move to Meet yet. Now obviously, if at some point down the road I'd be down for testing it again, or rather testing it to begin with, because we tested Meet ages and ages ago, but at that point I don't think it was really finished. Meet's probably less resource intensive than Jitsi. That I adamantly doubt, because holy crap, Hangouts was a disaster for performance issues. If we left, and I know Hangouts and Hangouts Meet are different, they're different systems, but man, Hangouts at the end of the Android Police podcast, just at the end of that, the memory leak effect that Chrome had with Hangouts, holy Jesus, my fans would be running full bore just because of Hangouts. And that's when I wasn't streaming. Now that I've got OBS running, that's going to happen anyway. But I don't think I've ever run Meet long enough to know what it's doing, but yeah, Google does not make the most efficient web services. I don't have a lot of faith that Meet is not going to be more resource intensive. The thing is, though, that kind of doesn't matter. It's not like resource intensiveness is the biggest issue. But yeah, anyway, I'm down to retry Meet again someday, but I feel like there are 30 other things that need to be solved, and fixing Meet issues is probably not going to be it doesn't really warrant the time when Jitsi mostly works okay. Obviously, like that, it does somewhat depend on someone to tell us when Corbin's audio goes to crap, because if the only issue is that he's got to refresh his browser window, it's not perfect, but you tell us, he refreshes, problem gets solved. Whereas with Meet, if we have to solve even one issue with Meet and it becomes more than a 30-second fix, that becomes a problem. And yeah, I have reasonable confidence that Meet probably is better than Hangouts from several years ago, but I also don't have confidence that I don't have that much confidence that it's that much better. It's more that I'm confident it should be better. But as we all know, Google has a magical ability to fail at being better at things when it should be better. I mean, just look at the fact that they still haven't produced something after all these years. They haven't produced something that beats Google Now. How have they not improved on Google Now by this point? That's infuriating to me. All the video conferencing services got better after the pandemic. You know what? I actually don't think that's necessarily true. All the video conferencing services did things because of the pandemic. I don't think they all necessarily got better. They all rushed to add features so that they would be competitive, but not all of them actually did their features that well. And this isn't like a criticism on Meat or anything. I've heard actual weird stories for a few of them that apparently they rushed to add services so they could just say we offer this thing, and then like what they added was just sort of obviously rushed to market, kind of half-assed. And by now I expect most of them have kind of fixed those issues, but you never know. And Google's sort of, again, notorious for not fixing things for extraordinarily long periods of time. And I've got to stop saying... Yeah, shut up, thing. I was just thinking I've got to stop saying the G word because I know I've got to be triggering devices. I look down, my phone's listening. I look over, the Nest Hub is listening. Anyway. So yeah, just to finalize the point, again, I'm totally down to try out using Google Meet again, or Hangouts Meet, but it's not a top priority. It's one of those things I'd rather wait until, oh, my camera's way the hell off. Which direction do I need to go? No, other direction. Wait, that's definitely too far. How about this way? No. What the hell? Oh, I see why. That fixes a little bit. And I am off center in my OBS position. So let's, there's the right one. Totally separate from everything else. Okay, if I move this back over here. There we kind of go. It is Google Meet? Okay. That name is just such a bad idea. Because it sounds like Google is running a butchering service. Would you like your steaks today? Shop on Google Meet. Anyway. Yeah, so... I'll test it someday, but I want to work on channel graphics first, which I have some stuff done, but it's not finished. I want to focus on getting new music in here. I want to focus on a few other things, and all of it comes before testing out Meet to try to see if I can slightly improve that. Okay, anyway, so tracking back to the recent topic David Lama brought up, and beside him did answer actually very accurately. Oh, see Saldana, yes. So the other YouTube channel, I definitely have plans for it. I definitely was trying to get some videos posted fairly soon. I didn't really have enough time to finish up the couple I was working on, and I had to send some stuff back, so that hasn't happened yet. But it is very much in the works. It's just very slow rolling. My biggest problem, honestly, is I need to get a space cleaned out to actually like build a set. And I say build a set, that sounds more elaborate than it actually is, but I need a decent space set up where I can put a camera, control the background a little bit better, have a better like table space for shooting stuff, that kind of thing. And that's what I don't have right now. I have one room that would be good for it. I have some things that could go in there and it would work out pretty well, but that room that's the space in that room where I would want to do this is currently occupied by a whole lot of stuff that is effectively storage. So yeah. And the office that I'm shooting in isn't super clean either, but the biggest problem with this office is it's really tiny. So yeah, that's what it all comes down to. I need to make space and get everything cleaned up, at which point then I can start shooting videos a lot easier. So let's see. All right, so there are, I think, 2 topics that were tossed in here earlier, one of which was the Trump impeachment, which, just because it's here right now, I'll quickly answer that one, because I don't know that there's even much of a discussion on that one. It's actually a pretty straightforward answer. So why impeach Trump? As B. Slidem said, a big part of it is taking away his benefits, and benefits includes obviously how much he gets paid each year just as a former president, and he also gets money for setting up an office and Secret Service and so on and so forth. He has those things sort of automatically given to him at just being a former president. However, if he gets impeached, those go away. Now, an argument that I've gotten into with a few people in the past, and I stand by this adamantly, a lot of people really flip out over the fact that he gets paid and they think that that's the reason to impeach him. It isn't. The amount of money that goes to him for all those things combined, it's just a little under $1 million a year. Or right, it comes close to $1 million a year. Who cares? We have a multi-trillion-dollar budget. And who cares about $1 million at that point? $1 million is a footnote on any one of the major areas. Like all of the big boxes that the government pays into, $1 million is nothing. So who cares that he's getting $1 million and it to spend on this other stuff? As Cecil Donner brought up, it also means he can't run again, and that is a big part of it. Impeaching him would prevent him from running again. Technically, there are other ways to do that. I still hold to the belief, I don't think that matters. I think if he ran again, he would lose. Plus, I think there are a lot of Republicans who don't want to see him run again, and they would fight against that. So, I think if he runs again, it would be a failure. Nevertheless, I would be just as on board with seeing him banned from running again. That would be perfectly okay with me. I'm in favor of it. Though I think it would also be, I think it would be devastating to the Republican Party if he does. So, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You got benefits either way. In my mind, the reason for impeaching him has less to do with these things and more to do with sending a very clear message of, well, 2 very clear messages, actually. One, by impeaching him, it is a very direct statement. We're not okay with what he did. We're not okay with the behavior. We're not okay with running roughshod over the Constitution and countless laws. We need to straight up make it clear that that wasn't acceptable. The other part of it is, and this gets into a more complicated topic, but the other part of it is, while the Senate hearing is not technically a criminal trial, what it does do is it effectively establishes a basis for saying that he is guilty of committing a crime. It's a weird situation that exists only in this type of a case. But basically what it would do is it would set him up if he is impeached and effectively convicted. What it does, it's not like it sends him to prison, but it establishes a precedent that if federal charges are brought up for actual criminal behavior, then the Senate would have effectively declared, yes, he's guilty of a crime. And then it's a short road through a criminal trial that could then punish him. So there's a lot more to this. Other people who are legal experts could obviously explain this much better than I am. But for that reason, I'm also kind of just taking a very stand back level of explanation here. But effectively, yes, if he's impeached, then it paves the road for punishment. And again, I think the most important thing is it's making the message clear that this sort of crap can't be allowed to happen again. Because I guarantee if he walks away from this without some kind of punishment, at least an impeachment, we're 4 to 8 years away from the next time someone tries this. Or maybe it'll be a little longer. Maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll be 12 years. Might be 20 years. But I feel like if nothing happens to Trump for his term in office, I bet somewhere in my lifetime we're going to see somebody try this again. And it's going to be someone worse. And they're going to push even further. They're going to manhandle everything our system can possibly allow. If it's conceivable, they're going to do it. And next time, I have very little faith that they're not going to try to actually murder their political opponents. I have no faith that they're not going to try to do every conceivable thing that is wrong. There you go. That's why we need to impeach him. Because somewhere out there is the person who's going to try to do this next. And they're not going to be as incompetent. They're not going to be as comical. They're not going to be as unprepared, and they're not going to be as unconnected. Let's be honest, half of the reason Trump failed is because he still didn't get along that well with Republicans. Imagine if he did. Imagine if next time the person who comes along is so buddy-buddy with everyone that there isn't even a question about how far they're willing to take it. Everyone just aligns and runs a coup and trashes everything about our Constitution. I give it 30 seconds before that cat decides to jump up on this desk and walk across my keyboard. So I'm just moving stuff now. Let's see. B-Slide I mentioned, also no library. I don't know if the library is an automatic thing. I know it's... I remember at one time it was kind of considered a traditional thing, but I don't know that that's automatic, is it? Let's see, B-Slide. I also think he should be impeached, but he can't go to prison. I think being impeached is a big deal and is enough punishment. Okay, so I've mentioned this in the past. I personally think that at some stage he probably should go to prison. And it's not because of what he did, it's because of what I think he's going to do. Because as much as he is allowed to talk, he is still stirring up trouble. He is still inciting people to do worse things. I mean, let's not forget, this is a guy who literally encouraged people to kill Hillary Clinton before he was even president, and just brushed that off as, oh no, it's just a joke, it's a turn of phrase. No, bullshit, you told people to go shoot her. And fortunately, people weren't stupid enough to do it quite yet. If he had said any of that stuff a year ago, I bet she would have had people like crawling over her property trying to go after her. So, you know, let's not forget, he has a devoted cult following. And the thing is, I know throwing him in prison is sort of a martyrdom level situation, but man, he needs to not be talking publicly. I think that is going to prove to be the biggest issue, is he will keep talking very publicly, and he is going to keep inciting people in the worst conceivable ways. So that's why I feel like he's probably going to need to go to prison, because dude, he wants to incite trouble. That's what he does. Let's see. Oh, I just now got the Discord notification about that meet link that C. Saldana posted in Discord. Beside him, he'll become the first and not a good first as president. Okay. I think that one got messed up a little bit by the speech to text. This is akin to putting an asterisk on his name in history. Yeah, I mean, noting that he was an impeached and removed president is a pretty big deal. Children will be taught forever that he was impeached and why. Okay, so on that note, let's not forget that children were also taught that slavery was bad and that racism is bad. And let's look at where things are in some parts of the country. Unfortunately, the way people are taught is not always the way it works out. After all, and it is revisionist history that kicks in a lot of cases. After all, there are parts of the South that still refer to the Civil War as the War of Northern Aggression. That's not even that's not a joke. It's a real thing. That teachers still refer to it that way. And I have little doubt there are going to be teachers who teach that Trump was impeached for political reasons, that he was impeached out of some ridiculous Democrat bias movement or something. That it'll never be taught the way it's supposed to be taught. The truth of the events, the realities of it, are always going to get muddied. And honestly, history classes aren't even that good at teaching this stuff to begin with. So yeah, my optimism about how it gets taught is low. But it's, regardless, I think in the present, dealing with how bad he can be is more important than the legacy or the future of it. Now, granted, as far as how things will go with future criminal types, future wannabe dictators, that's why I think we should impeach him. Because holy crap, there's so... I feel like everything about that administration was a demonstration of how to poke holes in this country, how to damage democracy. And a bunch of Republican, well, I don't want to pin it down to Republicans. Really isn't about them. This is about the people who associate themselves with the Republican Party. There are groups of those people who saw what happened, and they're all saying the same thing. How do we take this and do it right next time? That's what worries me. Those people exist, and you don't have to be able to name them. You don't have to pick who they are. They may not be the same people in a number of years, but somewhere out there are people who are saying, hey, this almost worked. What do we got to do next time so it actually works? And those people are alive today. They're doing this job. They are looking for a way to make that happen. And I don't necessarily think it's like all Republicans. A big portion of the people in that party are perfectly fine people. Granted, a lot of them are willing to bend over backwards to do whatever the party tells them, which isn't exactly a commendable state. But they're out there. They're good, they're bad, there are people in the middle, but some of the bad are definitely looking at repeating this, and next time they're not going to screw it up, or they're hoping they don't. Let's see, beside him, his legacy and name will be destroyed. I mean, look, if Trump's stakes didn't already destroy his name and legacy, I don't know what will. I guess Trump University, same story, but I'm just saying. Let's see. This is now I was hoping that'd get a laugh. That is now in 100 years he still be impeached president. Yeah, and oh yeah, he did do Trump water. I was thinking Trump vodka, but yeah, he did do a water, didn't he? And I just can't help but think that's got to be out of Jersey's, like a river in Jersey or something. Anyway, one day hopefully maybe the U.S. will be as old as the UK now. It will still be taught. Yeah, I mean, his name will go down in history in a bad way, but it's not like that's going to make his descendants are not going to, like, they'll live down the legacy of an impeached president, but I don't think that's going to stop him. It's the same way as these days. No one looks at the last name Kennedy and says, oh, you're this good president who did great things for us. Not that Kennedy was exactly a work of art, but the name Kennedy is associated with the old Kennedys. It's not this perfect blanket, like you're automatically favorable because you're a Kennedy, which very notably there's a Kennedy who's not very favorable these days. And the same could be said for all of the legacies. The Bush family, the Clinton family. Things only go maybe a generation before they just kind of get forgotten, or at least pushed to the side. But maybe that's me being cynical. I just don't think that. Frankly, I think even the actions of Donald Trump, I don't think are going to weigh that heavily on Ivanka or even Don Jr. Literally sharing a name with a impeached president, I don't think is going to hurt that guy's. God, it's cringeworthy to say, but his political future. It's so cringy to think that there's a political future for the Trump clan. But that's the world we're in. So let's see. Yeah, I'll leave it at that unless anyone has something to add on to that topic. But that did go on longer than I intended it to. But yeah, that's the general reasons why he should be impeached. Why anyone's still seeking impeachment. Yes, it's about taking away some of the benefits. It's about keeping him from running again. But I think more importantly, it's establishing that there are still limits that people will fight back against the worst behaviors. Let's see. Then the other topic that got brought up earlier was the Android 12. Some places are referring to it as leaked screenshots. These are not leaked screenshots. They're design mock-ups. Beside him, you don't really have an opinion. You'll never see it. Let's see. I'm looking for, because they came out of XDA. Okay, I'll just search for it. Let's see. I hate their title, by the way. I know that this isn't the most important thing to take from this, but I find the title to be not great. Because it feels too much like it starts reminding me of what some shady sites will typically kind of do is they take some fan-made mock-up and say, oh, this might be the next thing. That's not what this is. This is presumably from leaked documents that they're being handed around somewhere from Google. So they are mock-ups that were made within Google. Now, whether or not that's true is still technically unknown. I kind of lean towards being suspicious for... I've now heard a few different reasons why I'd be suspicious. I'm not saying they're fake. I've just heard a few things that really strongly suggest that these might not actually be Google made. Well, okay, that's not exactly correct, but there's a thing I heard. It may not have been... Let me frame it this way. They may not have been made by Google employees. Leaving it at that. Anyway, as far as the look of these mock-ups, yeah, I mean, they look fine. I don't really care. I don't think that they're bad per se. I find them more weird. For example, and I know that this is nitpicking on a weird level, but the screen that I've got showing right now, when you look at that, my immediate question is why is one button round and the others are rounded rectangles? That seems like an odd choice for a Google design. Google is very much about symmetry and consistency, which I know is a funny thing to say because of all the massive lack of consistency throughout Google's various designs. But this is not the type of thing that they would typically do this way. The clashing green bubble at the top right, that also looks a little wrong and out of place. A thing that I brought up, I think it was in our Discord. I would almost swear it was. The other thing that I brought up was, as you look through, where was it? This one. Oof. Oh god, I hate their... Okay, screw this. Fine, we're just doing it from here. I hate their lightbox so much. Anyway, you'll also notice that in this screen that's supposed to be the conversation widgets, every single one of them has the badge of Facebook Messenger from what I've been told, very few of Google's people will ever include Facebook Messenger iconography for, we'll just say, reasons that they are not fans. And there are other reasons why they don't, but yeah, from what I keep hearing, they don't like using anything related to Facebook Messenger if they can avoid it. They prefer not even necessarily their own stuff, but they'll pick others when they can. So yeah, I'm not saying that this is fake. I'm saying that origin may be in question. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm quickly reading comments. These are usually to show features, not an actual functioning UI. That I agree with. And if this internal document is what it purportedly is, it would presumably be more about highlighting how something would function. This isn't something that they're going to show to the public. It's meant as an internal doc. That part would fit, and it's not unreasonable. But at the same time, again, it strikes me as a questionable origin. And Austin brought up that, and I know this is in reference to that green bubble, it's to show the mandatory camera and mic notifications. I agree with that, but at the same time, like, color choice looks weird and out of place. That's what I'm finding interesting about it. Or rather, how it clashes. All of the features are in line with rumored 12 feature found in AOSP. Yes, all that fits. I'm not disputing any of that. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm just not entirely confident that it wasn't somebody else who created this, is the point. Now, that doesn't even necessarily mean it wasn't something that's on Google's, that wasn't passed around to Google. Only that I don't think it was or I'm suspicious that it may not have been Google employees that designed this. And the purpose of it may also be a little different than what was highlighted, but none of this stuff matters that much. As far as the actual look, my opinion on it, yeah, looks fine. I don't really have any negative take on this. I do think, like, maybe this round widget not matching the rounded rectangles, that's maybe a sign of something a little odd. But outside of that, most of this stuff looks perfectly fine. I also, actually, why is you can't see my cursor, but here, I'll scroll down to it's the thing at the bottom. This conversation with Rachel, why they picked kind of a ugly orange to highlight that there's a drop down with 2 more notifications attached. That seems weird. Again, color just not matching for no reason. It doesn't match the two notifications below that are just darker shades of the same background color. Anyway, not important stuff, just observations. Anyway, yeah, I looked through a bunch of these earlier. I think this looks like good changes. You know, I like that they're going with a little bit more of a okay, let's quickly pull this up. I was not a big fan of, okay, nothing on screen that I can't allow to be seen, not that you'll be able to see anything anyway, but I was never a big fan of this design for notifications. I never really liked having a bunch of floating objects necessarily. I'm not against that. I'm actually, generally I was for it, but I never liked in the current design. In the current design, what you would have is like the conversations header that's in this screenshot, that would be floating just in air. Behind it, you would just see whatever the current app was. Now you have a header that very clearly is it is attached to and references the thing that's immediately below it. I like that. I think that is an improvement. The weird little elements like having these two things from Google Photos, rounded rectangle at the top and bottom of the bundle, and having flat edges in between. I like that. It's technically something that they already have, but it's been emphasized more. The rounded corners are more rounded. I think generally I'm okay with a lot of the little visual touches. I think if anything, the one thing that might bother me, I noticed this earlier, at the top of this center screenshot, you'll notice that the notifications are covered up by, actually, what the hell's going on here? Something is wrong with that search button being where it's at. That looks like a mistake. Anyway, one of the things that bothers me is the notifications are getting chewed. Look at the corners at the top of where the notifications would be scrolling out of play. There's a rounded corner on that. Is this like supposed to be a... There's something very weird happening with this one as I look at it. I wish I had a cursor. I would just... Yeah, something is very wrong with that image. Anyway. Yeah, anyway, things... There are little things here that I think could be fixed or improved. But generally speaking... Yeah, I know it's mid-scroll, but whatever it is that this is supposed to be... it has a white background, which is wrong against that outer color. Yeah, there's something wrong with this center image. Anyway, it has this white background that gets clipped with rounded corners at the top and bottom. And that just looks bad. It looks like it's done wrong. And having the search bar hanging over it, something is wrong with this center image. I think that's either a mock-up that someone screwed up, or it was done with a screenshot for no apparent reason. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, really quick, looking at comments so I get caught up. Beast item, what's sus is the use of Facebook instead of Google Messages. To be honest, I'm not too surprised by the lack of Google Messages. I'm surprised by the choice of so much Facebook stuff. That screams something is wrong to me. Let's see. Also, on the plus side, it looks like GKI is required on devices shipping with Linux 5.10. Yes, I remember seeing and hearing that. And yes, that would be great. Let's see. Really quick, just to throw this out there and maybe as a point of conversation. To me, when I look at these leaks or this mock-up, my immediate thought is that this is possibly more intended to be a skin. That this is sort of like a lightweight sample of what a skin could be for a particular OEM. Or or more likely, like what a skinned interface can look like. Not necessarily, well, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, anyway, Austin, I think the idea is that the conversation widget is using the conversation API and automatically works. Yes, that is the idea of the conversation API. It's making available information from apps so that conversation can have deeper integration with the outside OS. And I like the concept of it. I'm skeptical that it's going to play as well as I think they intended it to. We'll see what happens. I'm also very curious what ways developers are going to find to abuse the conversation API. And I think we all know what that means. There are going to be non-messaging apps that are 100% going to look for ways to take advantage of that thing. Cecil Donna, 4 quick settings tiles looks like mistake. I tend to agree, but I'm going to hypothesize there's actually a pretty easy explanation for that. And it's that I think, let's see, just comparing phones really quick. Yeah, what strikes me is 4 seems about like the right number if you wanted to put those onto a small screen. And by small screen, I mean a let me swipe away some notifications real quick that don't need to be visible. Okay. So I don't know if this will really show up. I guess I could. Let's see, am I on the right screens for this transition? I am. Okay. So if you're talking about yeah, that's still not going to show up super well. But this is the Pixel 3. Technically, it has 6 quick setting toggles on it, but I can see someone might argue that they're a little too close together. They do look a little crowded. 4, if you want to make them a little bit more touch friendly, especially if maybe for even smaller screens, 4 might be the right choice. And it's just a hypothetical, but I could see why they might want to scale that down and push for 4 that are just going to be like your primary quick notifications. And then one swipe down gives you access to like maybe 3 rows of quick settings. So instead of 2 rows like it is now, that gives you 6 total options. It would bump this up to presumably 12 options, and anyway, that's what I'm kind of just tossing out there, or even 8. Like, it could just be 2 rows, but I could see that being a way to go with that. Okay, let's see. B-side him. You like the bass in that song? It comes through nice. It was obviously long enough ago. I don't know which song it is, but good. David, you like the new music? So I like it and I don't like it. I want to find something different. I want to stay within hip hop. I do actually like hip hop for this, but I'm not really digging these particular tracks. They're fine, but I think they could be so much better. And the source I got them from is also limited to the tracks that you have now heard repeated at least a couple times on this stream. So I think by now because they're all fairly short. I bet you've heard every track at least 3 times, probably maybe even 4 by now. So yeah, I need to find more music, better music, because I'm not super happy with what's here. Anyway, see, Saldana, the conversation API is already in Android 11, but it does not have the same level of exposure, is kind of the issue. The more they expose the conversation API and integrate it with the OS, which it sounds like that's a big part of what they want to do with 12, I expect they're going to be adding, or it's going to incentivize people to take more advantage of it. So yeah, that's where I get skeptical about what's going to happen with 12. You know, it's kind of like, I know that this is going to a weird place, but back when Apple introduced Newsstand, that's the name of it. Apple introduced Newsstand, and one of the things that they did is they made it very prominent, very forcefully. You couldn't hide it, you couldn't get rid of it, you couldn't put it anywhere else. It had to live as its own group right on your launcher on an iPhone. For a short period of time, that was a brilliant place if you're an app developer, that you might want to really force your app to have some placement in Newsstand, because it gave you some real premier access. Not only that, but Newsstand apps actually got special permissions no other app could take advantage of for doing background downloads and guaranteed behaviors. There were a lot of things you could really abuse the crap out of as a Newsstand app. And granted, Newsstand became wildly unpopular and did not work out in the long run, but that's, you know, the thing is, as when you give apps the ability to have deeper integrations and more focused exposure, they'll look for ways to take advantage of it. Just watch as here's a theory. It's a random one, but here's a theory. Watch as games start using the conversation API to tell you about new things that are just happened, or new things that are happening in the game. And of course, I'm talking about spammy games that are already this way. Like if you're playing a gacha game, a mobile gacha game, or anything with tons of in-app payments and like weekly events, watch as they start sending messages through the conversation API. Think about how bad that could get. But there is an incentive to do this kind of thing. Let's see, Austin, wish they'd add slices to the widgets based off the current notification. Thing is, slices still seems to me like one of those features that it's almost like it still doesn't exist. I never see them ever. Let's see, why not just turn on do not disturb for your demos? Honestly, I don't think about it. Do not disturb mode basically doesn't exist in my mind. I don't need to use it. Yeah, I probably could do that. The thing is, though, half the time I'm also trying to show notifications or something like that, and that won't really make sense there. Beside them, your outer screen is pretty small, and you have more than 4. Oh, the tiles. Right. I'm just hypothesizing that maybe they're toying with the idea of making them more touch friendly, like even larger, something you can immediately reach for and not worry about accidentally bumping the wrong one. when it's like on the Pixel 3, when it's 6 wide, you know, not that I'm saying that that's the biggest thing, but when it's 6 wide, you could, if you're in a rush or maybe you don't have a good grip on your phone, it's not that hard to accidentally hit the neighboring one. I mean, this is a, you know, this is a me thing, but I actually, to a small extent, I picked the order of my quick setting tiles specifically so that the ones that I'm nervous about hitting aren't next to the ones that I hit often. And it's like, I didn't put a lot of effort into this, and actually I should remove that one because I never use it anyway. But what could I get rid of for it? Ooh, that's what I should put in there. Anyway, yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I'm hypothesizing a reason why it could be 4. And it sort of makes a little bit of sense that they might just want to make them bigger touch targets. Now, again, I still can't not look at this and think, why the hell is there a round button next to 3 rounded rectangles? Or rounded squares, rather. That still makes no sense to me. That drives me crazy. It's the thing that I can, like, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, if we had Liam on here, he would be raging on this. He would find this super suspect just for that alone. But whatever. David, did they ever do anything with slices? Austin, not really. And yeah, slices was one of those ideas that kind of came and went. I know it still exists. It's somehow still in there, but I never see any sign of it. And admittedly, part of that is because I also turned off. I turned off some of the features that... Oh. Huh. I just not accidentally, but I just got a weird little bug in the refresh animation on the Google feed. This is in no way important or anything, and I doubt the camera's even going to pick this up. Let me see. I'll get back to this view. I don't know. Yeah, you can see it. Here, I'll get a little closer. So I'm barely moving my finger down, and the refresh notification is just like flying by. It does not stop where it's supposed to. I only have to drag my finger maybe half an inch, and the refresh notification goes all the way under the bottom of the screen. You had that bug too? Okay. They must have just rolled this out. Man, the weird little bugs that they get. Am I on the beta version? I should be. I'm pretty sure, because I pretty much always ran the beta version on my phones. And I don't think I would have changed back. So yeah, I should be on beta. Let's see, going to earlier comment. See, Saldana, the ironic part is the Android 10 was 9 rows, but they made it worse with Android 11. In Android 11, the expanded quick settings is basically the same as the pull down one, only 6 spots for both. Yeah. Yeah, and quick settings they keep tinkering with. I'm okay with that to some extent. I want them to find something and kind of stick with it a little longer, but I'm okay with the fact that they're at least experimenting with that in what I would call a good way. They're trying to find what's right. I honestly just wish they'd make it an option though. Like give us give us a simple option. Do you want 6 across the top? Do you want like a big spacious room for more setting styles? Do you want maybe centered? So I don't know if this is an option or not, but it's gotta be. But yeah, it just seems like they could give some options, because people are gonna want something that's a little different. No reason to make everyone have the exact same thing, but I have a funny feelings B-Sider's probably already looking at his going, yeah, I have options. That's the classic problem with Google. They really do not like options for things like this. There's settings to control what works and how things work, but they don't have a lot of options for, like, you know, literally just saying, yeah, I want bigger quick setting styles. No, not a thing. I honestly don't know if Samsung phones have that or not, but they should, because that's the sort of thing I know Samsung would look at and say, yeah, sure, why the hell not? Let's give people some options. That's cool. Let's see. NC Saldana said, funny because he works at Google now. And I know that's in reference to Liam. And yeah, you know, I haven't heard from Liam in a pretty long time. One of these days I'll have to ping him and just see how life's going. But yeah. And the last time I really heard much about what he did, he was talking about adding something to the material design guidelines website, I guess. They do have options. Nice. Yeah, Samsung, to its credit, Samsung knows to do some of that stuff very right, and it's so dumb Google doesn't. You still don't have a grid option on the Pixel launcher. I don't know what that... I'm not actually sure what you mean by a grid option. Also, chat bubbles still never work for you. You know, Liam lives in Animal Crossing now. Kind of believe that. You know, now that I think about it, I don't know that I ever really looked in... I don't know if I ever enabled chat bubbles, or maybe it was disabled. Let's see. Bubbles. Selected conversations can bubble. That's why. Okay, so how do you select a conversation then? Because now that I think about it, I've never really looked into this. Not since it actually launched. Icon grid dimensions? Really? I don't think I ever got that feature either, but I never looked. So we're gonna kind of look now, if I can. Okay, how are we gonna do this? I'm looking. Yeah, I don't think I have that either. Nope, I do not. I don't know that that was ever a permanent or like a confirmed thing that was rolling out though. Okay. The thing is, I get so few messages these days. Okay, what we're gonna do, I'm just gonna send myself a message and we'll see, because I don't remember seeing that. I honestly do not remember seeing a bubble next to any of the notifications that I get. Damn it. Stupid news app not behaving correctly. Okay. Let's try sending a message. Now waiting for said message to arrive. Oh. Okay. This... I feel like this is the first time I'm seeing that icon. Was I missing it before? Or was it not there until recently? Because I really do not remember seeing it. And I look fairly closely at messages, and I reply a lot through other stuff. It seems weird that I would miss that, because it's really a very obvious looking icon. I call sus. Anyway, all right. Austin, you've always enabled them, but they never worked. What do you mean that the bubbles never worked? I guess I'm curious about that. Is it that they still always took you to the app? Or like the bubble never shows up? Is that what's going on? Oh, you're talking about the grid dimensions. Okay, let's circle back. I don't know what's going to happen if I send another message. Okay, so Beast Item. Let me make sure that I'm in the right view. One of these days I got to set up screen sharing from my phone. Okay. Give it a second to... There we go. So, the icon I'm referring to is bottom right. Very, very bottom right corner. That's the icon that sends the message to a bubble. And that particular bubble is right there to the right of the time. That's the bubble that's showing up. So it is working for me. Bubbles don't show up for you. Okay, that's weird. You also hate chat bubbles. Here's the thing. I always like chat bubbles. Not to say that I didn't maybe have occasional problems with them, and as I'm moving this one around the screen, I kind of don't like the way it moves compared to the way that Facebook's moved. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'll get used to this. That might just be a... Okay. This is actually turning into a fun little game. If you have chat bubbles, flinging the bubble against the top of the screen and then watching it bounce to the edges, it's fun. This is weirdly delightful. I'll tell you right now. I could play with this for minutes more, maybe seconds more, but it is fun. Because it like actually bounces off the top of the screen. There's a very visible bounce to it. Granted, it's so it can come down and drop to a more reasonable level on the screen, but yeah, it just looks funny. Okay, anyway. But yeah, I actually like the chat bubbles. And it's entirely because whenever I'm out, like if I'm out with people or something like that, like go out and hang out with friends at a bar. If I'm communicating with other people, I don't want to lose track. Like if I start searching for something or digging around, I don't want to lose track of the conversations that I'm having. And it's not like I couldn't just go back to a messaging app or something like that, but so often I pull up, I don't know, I'll pull up a web browser, or I'll pull up even Google Maps, and I'll be looking at something on there, and when a message comes in, I want to be able to I want to have a constant visible sign of it, and I don't want to have to switch between apps to be doing things. I want to be able to tap on something, copy something, and just tap the message, the chat bubble, and immediately get back into my conversation where I can send something. I'm sure Peace Item will be able to, or will happily have some context to throw in this, because, you know, any person who's routinely doing split screen, I'm sure has similar feelings and thoughts on this. It's the same kind of thing. Like these are things that in context, I know I'm going to do all the time together. Whenever I'm in a conversation with somebody, whenever I'm texting, I always seem to have other apps that I'm going to pull up. So having quick access to send messages to them, that's gold to me. So yeah, I like chat bubbles for that reason. Not to say I want every conversation happening in there, but most of the time I do. Let's see. Cecil Donna, you think it's good when you're texting someone while using your phone for an extended period of time? Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, I guess if like you're in the middle of a conversation with someone, even if you're just like, if you're using a web browser for purposes that have nothing to do with the conversation, it is still nice to not have to switch apps when you're still context switching between the conversation and the web browser. But yeah, in general, I just like that context switch to me is, it ruins some part of an experience. Awesome. There needs to be an Easter egg in there somewhere. Yeah. Seriously, that chat bubble, I'm telling you, I would try to do it on camera, but I don't think I would get a very good fling. And I don't think it would show through very well on a 60 hertz screen with a 30 frames per second stream. I don't know that that's going to look very right anyway. I think it would lose almost all of the visual effect. But yeah, I like the chat bubble. It works. So yeah, anyway, I have a funny feeling that the Android 12 leaks, or I keep saying leaks, I hate that, because I'm not convinced that this is necessarily a leak, but I have a funny feeling that we're gonna see something pretty similar to this stuff anyway. I'm not sure that these particular design elements are necessarily going to show through in their final form, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is pretty close anyway, because it's not all that different from what we've already seen and what we know Google is going to be doing. So yeah, design elements, which is really what these are about, questionable. That's my opinion on it. But are they bad? No, they just need to fix some of them. Some of this stuff obviously isn't really done correctly, is kind of the issue. B-Slidem, you use floating windows a lot, but usually do conversation in the notification shade. And you had the edge panel. Yeah, that makes sense. I will say, as far as the notification shade, that's what I used for a really long time. But I kind of stopped doing that. And I still use the notification, or I have been using the notification shade for sending responses. But I only do that if I know I'm only going to send like a few words. And it's because more than a couple of times, like an accidental swipe or bump, and you lose the notification shade. And I don't know if it still does this or not, but it used to, if you had a message partially typed and the notification shade closed, you could lose your message. That's probably been fixed, but during the time that it wasn't fixed, oh my god, I can't tell you how many times that, like, an accidental swipe screwed it up and I'd have to retype a message. And if that happened, forget it. Like, you quickly learn a habit to never ever again risk it. So yeah, now if just automatically, if I'm, like I said, if I'm gonna send just a few words, like I'll be right there, or on a call, I'll get back to you. If I'm sending something really short and quick and specific, I'll do it from the notification panel. If it's a longer message, I just tap into the app. David Lama, disabled any sort of bubbles on iOS or on apps, but that might change because notifications are such garbage. You miss important messages because of it. Oh my god, I know. I have heard nothing but people. iOS, how is it that their notifications are still so bad? That is mind-boggling to me. Every time I pick up this iPhone SE and I have to do anything with the notifications, I clear notifications, anything like that, my immediate thought is, how do people live like this? And they're not, I mean, they're way better than they used to be, and I still think that they're trash. Yeah, I don't get it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what the story is with the chat bubbles on iOS. I don't actually use any chat apps on there. Well, I don't know if iOS has that as like a native feature. It definitely wouldn't be a thing where apps can draw over other apps. But I know they do have system APIs for some things, like obviously picture-in-picture and stuff like that. I wasn't sure if they had like their own chat bubble thing, but I would assume not. Let's see. Okay, so really quick, just for formality, we're going to call 15-minute. Not like we're going to end in 15 minutes. You guys know me better than that, but we're going to call 15 minutes. But also, I'm going to call a very brief break because, yeah, I'll be right back. Which, I guess I should. Where is it at? Where is it at? I have a. Did I get rid of that message? Yeah, you guys know. I will return momentarily. AI is back. Okay, so yeah, the lack of YouTube supporting picture-in-picture on iOS, that strikes me as it is one of the few instances where a Google app, damn it, what? Oh, 2 phones responded to that. It is one of the few instances where a Gmade app technically works wrong on iOS when it really doesn't have to. Especially surprising with YouTube, where, man, can you name an app more likely to just always work correctly? That being said, I don't think YouTube does picture-in-picture either, does it? On Android? Now that I think about it, I don't think that... I never use picture-in-picture on Android at all. It does? Okay. Picture-in-picture. Okay, who's allowed? Everyone's allowed. Yay. Yeah, I honestly really never use. It was a YouTube premium feature for a while, but they made it free like a year or 2 ago. That's good. I have yelled and screamed repeatedly over and over again that if it's an app feature, it should never be hooked to a subscription fee. At least not something from Google. I could understand it in other cases, but that would have been completely out of line otherwise. Quickly going to experiment with that, because I don't even remember how you activate it, which is maybe kind of a bad sign, but yeah, how the hell do you even activate it? For a guy who used to do teardowns on this stuff, you'd think I would know, but okay, you say open a video and go home. So I have a video playing. Now it works. I did it 3 times in a row and nothing came up. And then I do it one more time and it works. See? This is why Android sucks. It infuriates me when things like that are buried and don't work right all the time. Seriously, I swiped up, YouTube went away. A video was definitely still playing. I have the audio muted, so you know, there's that, but yeah, nothing appeared, so I reopened YouTube and yeah, nothing changed. Nothing appeared. Did it a couple times, and then third time I try, sure enough, video appears. Let's see. Cecil Dunn, I think for iOS picture-in-picture, apps must use the native iOS player. YouTube uses its own custom player interface. That would make sense, actually. Because, well, maybe not. They would have to keep using the same codec interface. It's not like they can switch codecs. So, yeah, I don't know. they because strictly speaking, YouTube, yes, YouTube uses its own custom player interface, but that doesn't preclude them from switching to the iOS player for the purposes of picture-in-picture. They could do it. Nothing's stopping them from doing it. At least I don't think anything's stopping them from doing it. From an implementation standpoint, I don't have enough background on this to know, but I'm pretty sure they could still do it. It could be out of disinterest that they're not, but if anything, I have a feeling it's more of a there must be some technical reason why they're not doing it. I don't know. That makes me curious. That being said, there's a YouTube video about iOS 14. Notably, I just searched YouTube picture-in-picture, and the videos that popped up, oh wait, yeah, damn it. Get the right screen going here. Notably, videos that popped up include iOS 14, how to enable picture-in-picture for YouTube, and yeah, all of these are pretty clear about that one, so it must be working in some fashion. YouTube website. Oh, the website. That makes sense. Maybe it only works on if you open it in the browser. Yep. Open Safari, navigate to YouTube website, find a video you want to watch, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, it's working from the browser, but evidently not the app. BRB. I understand. That's funny. So yeah, that actually explains that. That's kind of a crappy solution. That's a really crappy solution, but I get it. I understand why it would be like that. It has to be something that the YouTube player does or requires. Maybe it's something YouTube insists on having as a feature, and it's something that they wouldn't be able to do with the native picture-in-picture interface, so they just leave it up to people to have to work around it in this other way. I mean, it sucks, but yeah, I have so much confidence that this is one of those things where YouTube just insists on having things a certain way, and they just can't do it through the official interface. But then, because video through a browser window is actually now a standardized feature, and Apple has to support it a certain way on it, well, Apple has to support it a certain way, I bet they figured that's an okay compromise. You think all videos from Safari are forced to use the native Apple player? Yes. Well, yes and no. Strictly speaking, there are certain types of things that are, yes, fed through the native Apple player. However, I don't believe all video necessarily can play through the Apple player, but I think it can play within Safari. This gets into a messy territory, but I think there is a way to accomplish that. Because if I remember, I think Vimeo was supposed to have a problem with this. I could be wrong, but I think Vimeo actually plays stuff in a way that technically isn't compatible. Or maybe it was only paid Vimeo videos. I don't know. Something like that. There was something. You don't know if the Apple Player allows custom buttons. And yeah, that's a big part of what I think the issue with YouTube is. I bet YouTube wants to have those custom buttons on the picture-in-picture interface, and they just weren't supported. They probably want to have buttons like casting, reporting a video, quality options, etc. Yeah, exactly. So that's my hunch. Anyway, yeah, whatever the case is, it's another classic example of things not quite going the way that they should on iOS. I need to do some fixing with this tablet interface I'm using right now. I like it, but I need to change some stuff. Not right now, obviously. Just mentally, I'm thinking in my head this could use some tweaking. Oh yeah, I have. You mentioned the player is extremely fast with the picture-in-picture animations. I'm sure it is. Let's be honest. Android is never going to be as fast or smooth. They're doing more stuff and they're allowing more things to happen, or allowing apps to do things in different ways. Beside, don't think that picture-in-picture unless premium. I don't know. I mean, I'm on YouTube Premium, so I couldn't even test otherwise. But yeah, I have no idea if that limitation exists. But according to I think it was C. Saldana, yeah, C. Saldana, it sounds like they may have removed that requirement. But yeah, hopefully. See, I will say till the end of time, it doesn't matter. I think they shouldn't have even launched that way. I think it should have always been a feature, no questions asked. They should never have something like picture-in-picture linked to a subscription fee. That's something that they implement once. They don't have to keep implementing it. It doesn't cost them anything to have it implemented. It's not acceptable to me. And yeah, B-Slide I'm definitely use advanced. That much we all know. Okay, so the link that you just pasted in, YouTube Premium members on Android mobile devices. Oh, picture-in-picture is only available to YouTube Premium members on Android mobile devices worldwide. Android users in the United States running Android Oreo or greater with ad-supported picture-in-picture playback. Interesting. So I'm going to assume that if you're YouTube Premium, you will not get ads, but because that would be shady as hell. Just saying. Though one thing that drives me crazy, and I don't know if anyone else gets this, but if you open a YouTube video from Google Feed, it opens it as a free view, as a free member. It does not use your YouTube Premium status, which pisses me off. I think it was from Google Feed. Maybe it was from Google News, but I'm pretty sure it was Google Feed. It absolutely drove me crazy, and I've reported it a couple of times, and every single time they send an email saying, yeah, we'll check into it, definitely, and nothing ever changes. It's like, no, guys, don't check into it, fucking fix it. There is no acceptable argument for not fixing it. Oh, whoa. Hey, I know that this is super not immediately important, but the Last of Us TV show, they're Ellie. They've cast Bella Ramsey, who is a Game of Thrones actress. We're pulling that up right now. Bella Ramsey. Who the hell was she in Game of Thrones? Looks familiar, but I am not quite placing her. Oh, her. Okay. All right. Yeah, I can kind of... I don't remember her super well. I mean, I didn't really... I vaguely remember the character, and I wasn't a big fan of that character. I guess I can kind of see her. I can kind of see her more as The Last of Us Part 2 Ellie, less the Part 1 Ellie, but here's hoping. You know. Okay, let's really quick. Yeah, I don't know. The way that they drew Ellie in the first one feels different than this. But if they're going to keep her around so that they can have a Last of Us Part 2, same actress, this looks more like what Ellie grows into. So yeah, I'm down with this. Hopefully she can pull it off. I'm optimistic. An Austin game of what? I know you're joking, or I assume you're joking. But okay. Okay, this could be a good casting. I'm not going to hate on this option yet. Oh, in fact, here's a kind of a side-by-side. Yeah, I feel like this actress is a little bit too... She has a little bit too much of a squared off face. And obviously they don't have to get it perfect, but I feel like they could have done a little closer. But Ellie in Part 2 did have more of a squared off face, so kind of works. Anyway. So, yay, we have our person. Yeah. I mean, they're never going to find someone who looks perfect. I mean, well, they could. I mean, they've had people who looked... There are a couple of actresses who look very, very close to identical. But, you know, finding an exact match would have been nearly impossible. I feel like they could have gotten a little closer, but hitting the right age range and someone who can act, that's asking a lot. So I'm okay with this so far. Anyway, so fun little side news. And I think that was from today, right? Yeah, that was today's news. Okay. Hooray. I'm looking forward to this show. I don't remember who else was cast in it, but I know that they have most of the casting done. I know they already... Or wait, did they... I thought they already cast Joel. Let's see. New rumor about casting. Wait, what? New rumor about casting HBO's The Last of Us suggests Mahershala Ali was offered the lead role of Joel. Okay, look, I'm look, this isn't like an anti-race thing. It really isn't. But you've got a character who people know a look. You don't have to get it right or even that close, but I'm sorry. That's just gonna look weird to have people go from playing the game where they have a decidedly fatherly looking white guy and then replace him with a black guy who well, I guess maybe fatherly looking, but doesn't have that same sort of the grizzled but warm looking face. Like, he doesn't have that. I don't feel like I don't feel like I would buy him in that role. Even again, setting aside the race entirely, that just doesn't seem like a good match. Maybe he's white faced. That'd be something. But even then, it just like literally shape of face does not strike me as the right mix. Maybe with a beard he might. I don't know. But Joel does have the homeless sort of look. That's true. Though, to be fair, did you watch The Last of Us playthrough? Technically, homeless is actually what he was. As were a lot of the people, technically. But yeah, not a fan of this casting for a couple of reasons. And you know, here's that perfect response. Someone's saying, as a black man, we don't need to race bend everything. And that's the same thing I said when well, not exactly the same thing, but you know, with what was it? Marvel Comics. I know that this isn't exactly true, but at one point, supposedly, they were going to turn Thor into a woman, which was not what actually happened. They just had they had a female character who could pick up the hammer and took over some of his responsibilities or something like that. But that whole notion of let's change classic established characters to be something else, which honestly I feel is kind of pandering. You know, you don't need to do that. What you should be doing is making new characters that stand on their own and aren't because there's nothing wrong with that. You can make fantastic, wonderful characters that are black, Asian, female. You can absolutely do this. There's no specific, like, there's no reason you have to take an existing character that has a designed look and character and personality. You don't have to change them into something else to again, I feel like it's pandering to groups, whatever group they're targeting. And there are exceptions to this. Like, I'm totally okay with the idea of Bond becoming, like, I'm fully on board with there being a black Bond. I think that's a fantastic idea, because Bond has always been a character that the mythology kind of danced around this, but it wasn't just one person. They've always kind of hit on the idea that Bond was more of a title, or kind of a, you know, sort of like The Princess Bride. The Dread Pirate Roberts was it was not just one person. The Dread Pirate Roberts had been alive in multiple people for a long time. You can do that with Bond. Bond could become, you know, you could use a woman or a black man, an Asian man as Bond. Really, as long as they have a British accent, you're in the clear. See, Saldana, Matthew McConaughey is Joel. No. I mean, he could. I don't think so. Matthew McConaughey looks. First off, Matthew McConaughey with any sort of beard always looks creepy. He looks child molesty with a beard. And you got to have someone who looks more warm and responsible. So I can't side with that one. I would be totally on board with. Oh, what was his name? He was in Deadpool. He played the big guy. Cody could play Joel. I don't think I could. If for no other reason than I have no skills playing guitar or singing country. I think that would pretty much end my run as Joel right before it even starts. He does pull off the homeless look. I don't know if you're talking about me or Matthew McConaughey, but yes, both of us pull off the homeless look. I have the nice grizzled beard. I suppose that part's true. Let's see. Okay, but IMDb Deadpool. I cannot think of this actor's name, so I'm just looking it up. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, it's Deadpool 2. Josh Brolin. There was a lot of talk about Josh Brolin becoming Joel. I mean, you'd have to obviously like go with white hair or grayed out hair or something like that. But come on. I mean, let him grow in a beard. I think Josh Brolin could definitely pull off the look. Let's pull up some other photos of him real quick. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Tell me that this isn't Joel. I mean, yeah, grow the beard in, but that is Joel. And yeah, right? I mean, he is just a perfect spitting image of how you picture Joel. And you know, let's not forget, this is a guy who he's got the acting chops. Forehead wrinkles and all. Pretty much, yeah. Like, he's the right age to play Joel. He's the right physical size and build, pretty much. I mean, close enough. He's, of course, coming off of playing Thanos. Can like, we've already got, like, he's star power enough. So yeah, he is such a great choice to play Joel. Oh my god, and you want homeless? You want homeless look? You want homeless? Bingo. Homeless Josh Brolin. This is why Josh Brolin needs to play Thanos. Or sorry, not Thanos. He already did that. This is why he needs to play Joel. That's perfect. Just get him to grow in the beard, trim down what he's got a little bit. Yeah. That is, I mean, right there. That is Joel. Anybody else? God, that is so Josh Brolin. I remember when I first heard the Josh Brolin rumor, I was a little iffy about it. Mostly because I wasn't sure he would necessarily play the character right. But I mean, he looks the part, and honestly, the more I thought about it with him playing what was the name of the character in Deadpool? I know what it is, and I just cannot place it. Just scrolling down and finding it here. Cable. That's what it is. After him playing Cable, thinking about it a little bit more, I think that fits. Pretty good choice. Anyone else? Okay. Bear with me, because I know that this is gonna... You're gonna laugh at this, but... Hold on. I'm gonna find the image. I don't know that I'll... Yeah, we'll see. There's another person I can think of that fits the look, fits a number of ways, but also would be a terrible choice at the same time. Let's see. There's got to be a slightly more appropriate picture than this one. Okay, to be clear, he needs to have a better trim than this, but there it is. Admit it, the look is pretty close. Mel Gibson. You'd have to clean up the chin music a little bit. You'd have to they give him maybe like I guess like maybe some a toupee or fake hair or something, a wig, I guess. But it works. And he has the right voice. Or a good voice. It was already confirmed Ali didn't get the role? When was that news? A new rumor about casting, that was 4 hours ago? They already confirmed he didn't get it? Well, I'm assuming, okay, they said that he was offered the role. I'm getting the impression that if by them saying he was offered the role, I wouldn't be surprised if that also meant that he wasn't getting it. Let's see. Latest potential casting choice for the Illuminati. Nice name. Ollie was offered the role. While no other actors were mentioned in the rumor, it was said that the role is Ollie's for the taking if he wants it. Or if he wants it, which would suggest the production team is plenty confident enough in him taking the role, assuming the rumor is accurate. Let's see. Despite him being rumored to have been offered the role, Ollie's name was not one that frequently showed up in the discussions, since most people suggested white actors for the role, given Joel himself is white. I mean, shocking. Let's see. Nikolaj Coster-Waldau. Who the hell is that? I know that name from somewhere, but Game of Thrones. Okay, that was yep, Jaime Lannister. That's who I thought it was. Okay, Cecil Donna posted update. Mahershala Ali was not offered the role of Joel in HBO's The Last of Us television series, but was rumored to be in the running for the role. Okay. You know, honestly, I'm not sure that I see Jaime Lannister doing that role either. It's not bad. It's a fine match. But I feel like he's the wrong build for it. And that's not a big deal. But honestly, he just strikes me as being a little bit not like, he doesn't have like he's not a big broad-shouldered guy per se. Like somewhat, but not to the level of not to the level of Brolin. And that's kind of how they portrayed Joel in the game, at least to an extent. Yeah, okay. Not that it's super important, but yeah, scrolling further down this post, it was announced in July 2019 that Mahershala Ali is going to be taking the role of Blade. And I mean, really, do you see Blade and Joel from The Last of Us being the same actor? I mean, granted, I don't know that I necessarily see Thanos and Joel being the same actor, but I think it fits better. Anyway. So now that I've said minor things that could theoretically get me canceled, seems like everyone is just going for Game of Thrones actors. I mean, they're out of work. It makes sense. I can't tell you how many different like rumors and theories have called for I can't think of her name right now, but the girl that plays Sansa Stark. Every single time something comes up where a tall girl can play it, her name always comes up. Like, that is so much the automatic. She is just the default choice in so many discussions because it, just like if a short girl can play something, it's always Maisie Williams. That's the one I actually remember. Yeah. C. Saldana posted the image in chat. Yes, 100%. That looks like Tommy. Okay, God, so much. Yes. Okay, so just gonna do a quick flip between them. See, what sucks is then you get a shot like this, and it's like, no, in that perfect angle, he does look a lot like Joel. It is kind of believable. But, you know, still, if you're comparing that to, wait, where did I leave it? No, not that one. That one. Okay. Yeah, if you're comparing this guy to, okay, maybe that's still not quite right. I mean, to be fair, that shot really, that makes Tommy look cooler than Tommy actually is, which is kind of the thing. But yeah, he looks a little more like Tommy. It's kind of the right match. But on the same note, I don't think you'd get him to play Tommy, because Tommy was too small of a role. At least in part 1, Tommy's too small of a role. It could maybe make more sense in part 2, because Tommy still doesn't have a super big role in part 2, but it's bigger. I could see him showing up and being like, all right, this is a 2-picture, or, well, not picture since it's a series, but this is a 2-season deal where you guarantee me I'll come in and play Tommy in the first season, and then in season 2, when we do The Last of Us Part 2, I actually get to play full Tommy, and, you know, and then they actually would give him a role worth having. But yeah, in season 1, I mean, Tommy only comes in when they go to the dam. It's for what is considered 1 season in the show, or in the game, and it's honestly not even that long of it's not that long of a portion of the game. I mean, it was short enough that honestly, I didn't even remember that Tommy had a girlfriend when I played part 2. Because I played part 2 without having played part 1 for, I don't know, like a year or something. Oh, maybe longer. Yeah, I completely forgot about the girlfriend going into part 2. Or, well, it was girlfriend in part 1, wife in part 2, I think. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I swear they were just together in part 1. Man, now even now I'm doubting that. I'm so not sure. But yeah, I would rather see him in that, because the same issue comes up with Joel, but in reverse. Whoever plays Joel, they're going to be in part 1 for the whole thing, and then in part 2, like, they're a prologue. They're act 1, barely. Let's see. I think in part 1 they said in dialogue they just got married. Okay, maybe so. It's long enough that I don't really remember. And frankly, I never felt like that was enough of a character to matter. It's just there so that they could humanize Tommy a little bit more. And so they could kind of give his character that little bit of an arc, from the crazy guy who gets into trouble to the guy who's oh man. Okay, now that's just someone's like drawing of Tommy, but imagine that. Like, that is a perfect match. That is such a perfect match. I mean, how are these two not like the same person already? It's almost like someone drew this to be him. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a better match. Anyway, what I was saying is whoever plays one of those roles is basically kind of getting stepped on in the other season. assuming season 1 of the show is going to be the entirety of part 1 of The Last of Us, and I'm sure there will be a season 2. People are gonna watch the crap out of this. It doesn't matter what, they're gonna watch it. So season 2 is gonna, if it's season 2 is part 2 of the game, or even part of part 2, then whoever plays Tommy gets their real role in season 2. So they have to cast somebody fitting for both seasons. I dig it. Anyway, so on that note, I'm getting hungry. We've had our 45 minutes since the 15-minute warning, and somewhat amusingly, the, let's see, 6 other topics that I had as backups never got touched. So it is a true RambleCast night, I dare say. Anyway, so yeah, I think it is probably time to take off. As usual, if you'd like to support the channel, links down below. Patreon if you'd like to subscribe, and Streamlabs if you'd just like to throw a tip. Let's see, on Friday I will be back with more Immortals Phoenix Rising. There is also, I swear, going to be a photo editing session sometime very soon. Like, I've started culling photos, but I'm not done. Otherwise, I was honestly kind of toying with the idea of doing that today, but like at the end of the stream. But yeah, didn't happen. Didn't have enough time for it. Let's see. I got pinged from Corbin's Discord a while ago telling me that oh, I see. Okay. It wasn't specifically trolling, it just kind of has the effect of trolling. Anyway, not important. But yeah, so I will be back on Friday for some games. And again, possibly tomorrow or Friday night. Sorry, I'll be back Saturday for games. I didn't mean Friday. Saturday and Sunday for games. Thursday or Friday night could end up being a photo edit session. We will see. I will do my best. Anyway, with that, good night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out, being part of the conversation, chilling, doing the thing, giving me random stuff to talk about. I don't know. Informing me of things that I probably should have already known about picture-in-picture. And chat bubbles, as it were. Yeah, so all that good stuff. But with that, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope you're all feeling well, that you have a great week, that the news continues to stay generally on the positive side. Yes, Cody the tech expert. Yeah, I'm great at that. Anyway, I hope everyone has a good next couple of days, and in the meantime, good night, everybody.